Hi, welcome to canister_mtg stream. Is there a preliminary minute? There is. Actually, let's join it. Awesome. Didn't even realize, but we're gonna play prelim with Rakdos Midrange. Some serious Pioneer gaming with 3 Shouldered, 4 Lilianas, 4 Bonk Crushers Giants, 1 Graveyard Trespasser, and 1 Dreadbore. But also 3 Dreadbore Sorcery. Finally, Canister is playing a good deck. Yes. I see you're scared to play for us. No, I'm not. I took the list I was leaked in the Discord from Edgar Magalesh, and I cut Livebane Zombies for Go Blanks because I think Go Blank is a bit like Go Blank pairs Sweater better with Extinction even than Livebane Zombie against Mono Green. I'm not unhappy to have. I think I'm not unhappy to have Go Blank there. No red sources. There's actually quite a few lands that are not producing. "17 red sources. Gonna go pass. If we don't play a red card on 2, I will fall behind. Snow covered lands are actually worse in this format, aren't they? I think they are, yes. Because it's not 100% unheard of from people to play Raidane. But I don't care. It's in the sideboards. I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's good against my deck, so I don't think they'll bring it, but... The set needs to draw land 3. But if I just draw it by turn 3, I can skip turn 2 for no reason. I think I should mulligan this. This looks better. This looks tiny bit better. Do we... Okay, we could put back Bloodthive Harvester and skip turn 2. Doesn't make sense much. I can put back Castle Locthwain and just draw other lands. Not to mess my curve, and then I can go Thoughtseize Harvester and I have Bone Crusher Giant. If I miss the land drop, then I have Sheolder. I could also put Sheolder, that's the most expensive card in my deck. In my hand. And I guess I have Castle, so I can use Castle if I flood. Yeah, let's put back Sheoldred. Castle's a tapped land, I understand that. Which is why I will lead on it, I think. Aiming to Thoughtseize turn 3. Mono green. Okay, so I really want to stomp an elf. Fatal push, but we'll go with stomp. Next turn you can Harvester and Thoughtseize. Or Bone Crusher, but it seems better to Harvester and Thoughtseize. If they only have 1 turn free play, 1 troll, it's good to do so. Yeah, so you can take the troll and then they don't have a play for the next turn. The Karn is going to immediately get attacked. Sounds good to me. Next turn can play Bone Crusher and loot away Fatal Push. Or play the Fable.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Are you the Polish Edgar?
So maybe play Fable, keep both in hand, discard both. Can play anything next turn anyways, unless 2 free drops. This is what I can't play. I want to find Fotsis. I will want to discard push. Might be able to play 2 free drops, which is potentially relevant. I'll draw a card which I might loot anyways, and I have the castle, so that incentivizes me to play out the lands a bit, so I'll play out the land. I don't think I spend the blood token this turn, because it's little reason to. The card gets what they bought, maybe. Chariot, boat, this type of a thing, but... Well, now I guess I can't even blood, but... Since I want to discard this card anyways, and I think the amount of loots is going to be a bigger thing than just... mana. Shieldred. Let's play Shieldred. Streamer is streaming, it's Pioneer. Yes. I also have conflicting incentives with this Haunted Ridge, where to play it or not. Kinda rough, but... I don't know, they play the both now, it doesn't really do too much. Will kill my Harvester, I attack them to 7 and they can't draw too much more. Well, I've seen enough to know this is the best deck. Okay. Streamer man, would you be willing to play a league with Layla and Blue White? What format are we talking about? Fots is a great draw. Cavalier and Storm. How many Kanekis did Shoulder receive? She was not rated, as she didn't seem playable to me. It's not meaningfully better than Kalitas in this spot. Better than Chandra though. As like actually clocks. So I guess the Cavalier doesn't really do anything. My opponent will die if I take the Cavalier. If I take the Storm. And the Storm can lead to some unfunny things. But Cavalier, that could go to 4, 5, 6, 7, then to 5, and like... I'll just die. Modern Leyline Blue-Eyed, maybe, but not like super interested. Opponent, what now? DOB on board. Nice. Added beautiful Indian Muslim wedding. Alright, I'll remove it. Right, opponent calculated their DOB onboardness. So I want to cut Graveyard Trespasser, Unlicensed Horse. We want Go Blanks. 4 extinction events. Got Bone Crusher Giant because of the extinction event. So just always name odd and all my creatures are going to be even. And then I might have duress in the deck. -2 fill, push +1 duress. When I want to draw, I need to kill the elves too. So that's kind of sketchy. And you can, you know, duress and see Cavalier of Thorns and be a bit sad. I'm not sure about Liliana, but she seems like a great follow-up to Extinction Event. Not sure about Croxa. Croxa is kind of power. Sometimes. Have you seen any sideboard guides? No, I'm going raw dog off what I think. I think on the draw I'll keep 4 pushes, on the play I'll cut 2 push for 2 duress. Been having a good time with battlements recently. There are times where I miss a double strike kills though. Well, do you miss them, as in are you sad that they're not here for your emotional support, or are they causing you to lose games? Send is pretty bad, so let's keep it. Because I think those are pretty different things. I think Liliana is not too likely to be super. This finds me Extinction Event. Only emotional support, lol. My question might have sounded like it was snarky, but it wasn't. Like, I think it's important to decouple those ideas. They're like, oh, I could kill a turn earlier with battlements in this spot, but what matters is if you would have won the game still or not. So they're missing land drop number 2. So I think I want to play the... I don't know. Do I want to Harvester or do I want to Dreadbore? If I Dreadbore an Elf... They repay land, play Troll. That's kinda less bad for me than if I play Harvester and they play Troll. They're missing a land drop. Because I want to play the Fable. What if they play Kiora though? I play Dreadbore, then play land, I play Kiora. I guess ignore Kiora, play Fable then. That's kinda how they spiral away. This attacks Kiora, can kill an elf on the next turn too. So if they play Troll and miss land drop and I still kill, I think it doesn't really matter. Yeah, let's save the Dreadbore for later. Let's play the card with Summoning Sickness over the card with no Summoning Sickness. I'm new to Pioneer. Is there any deck you'd recommend learning, or is there any Tier 1 deck that has an edge compared to the other decks? Red-Black seems to be a strong deck. They play the Troll, but it's fine. And you can do this to limit their mana, and you can filter through Croxa. They play Shoulder next turn, that blocks the Troll. Attacking when I have the Goblin Shaman token is kinda adventurous. I don't know what they expect. But I really want to draw an Extinction Event, and here it goes. Thank you, opponent. Honestly, I'm not sure if mono green is a bad matchup. I say when my opponent was stuck on one land for many turns, but that's baked in their deck. There were only a few times where if I had the double strike package would be game, but playing more for the right consistency has be much better throughout longer games. Yeah, it's pretty tough to know what's the exact balance, of course. Just extinction even them. Yeah, well, that plan is super strong, and that plan is super strong. It's a really good find. Nyctos, Shrine to Nyctos. Fucking Hydras, bro. One trespasser. Yes. Well played, thanks. I think Trespasser is a solid card in the format, but it's kinda hard for me to grasp how solid exactly. Hmm. Okay, can someone explain to me why Egg Phoenix went down so hard after DMU? I think it went hard. Um, Even before DMU, but I think the reason is that it's just not that good. Which I guess clears things up. But the delve spells are just not that easy to play with. Yeah, Phoenix has allegedly bad Rakdos midrange matchup. I think that in pretty large part came from Graveyard Trespasser, which if people are cutting nowadays, then you should be better off against Rakdos. This Graveyard Trespasser is just, you know, it guaranteed 2 for 1 if you have to deal with it, and it's a card that slows down your treasure cruises considerably. I guess if you cut a trespasser for a for unlicensed hairs, it's not too good for you either. Eh? That's right. If you have manic hairs in spot of the graveyard trespassers. I think it started trending down even before DMU, yeah. Once people started adjusting their deck against it, for example, mono green adding interactions they don't auto lose to Thing in the Eyes. Yeah. Shoulder at 5 toughness against a blue-red removal deck, and then it's also Horse's card drawing against a deck with recruits and 8 cantrips. It's kinda lots of damage if you just let Shoulder stick. You play Shoulder, you draw a card, you play Treasure Cruise, you just take an 8 damage. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like 5 talents is not the hardest thing for Phoenix to deal with because of Lightning Axe, but For other blue-red decks, it kinda is, and other blue-red decks are also taking place of Phoenix. Sometimes. And then I don't have Lightning Axe that many. You took the only chat that has not spotted Ledger Shredder ever. Ledger Shredder is also not really that good in Pioneer, I think. Some people play it, but it's really a much weaker card in Pioneer than it is in Modern. Just the amount of times it triggers is much lower. Then Thing in the Ice is kinda key in some spots, although it's pretty bad against Red Black. I played a league yesterday. I haven't streamed it, but I played a league yesterday. Let me show you the deck. Something similar to this. Which I tried to build like blue red black, but with Treasure Cruise. And I had Ledger Shredders as my tools, and it was fine, but it's really not that good. You don't have to trigger it much in order to win the game, though. Well, I disagree. I think you have to trigger it to pull its weight. How did it go? I went 3-2 with the deck. I lost to Creativity and some aggro deck where I didn't really have good things. And in general, I had 4 Malevolent Hermits for that league in the deck as my other 2 drops, and they were pretty bad. Because I played against 4 aggro decks with almost no non-creature spells. They weren't great 2 drops. I thought they're going to be nice to connive away with Ledger Shredder, but guess if you want to play Unshredder Cruise, you have to play Opt. Well, I play Considers. And maybe Opts in this deck should be there too. Maybe it should be 8 Opts still. But I already had many spells. How was Jace? I haven't... the league I played, I haven't played with Jace. I had some other cards instead. I added the Jace to this and haven't played with it since. But I think Jace would have been excellent against all the aggro decks, of which there are plenty. While it would be quite bad against Stomp. It's the Stomp meta. That would be pretty tough for it. So it would be really bad against Red Black. I had a 4th Hermit and a Tenacious Underdog instead for the league. And Underdog came up. I blitzed it from my graveyard once or twice. Do I prefer Go Blank to Lifebane Zombie? That and the Trespasser seems to be the only changes from Edgar's list, right? I think that Go Blank is a solid card versus mono green. That's my understanding. Maybe that understanding is flawed, but in general, I did not enjoy how the deck list from Edgar had 4 Extinction Event and also 3 Lifebane Zombie. Because that is kind of a non-bo, right? We just played against mono green, and the way I sideboarded, I cut the 4 Bone Crusher Giants and Trespasser. I had for Extinction even 2 Go Blank. I guess that hairs too. On the draw, I would probably have 2 Duress over 2 Fail Push on the play. But on the draw, I wanted to be able to kill the elves. And that way I had no odd creatures in my deck, and I only had even creatures in my deck. But Livebane Zombie adds an odd creature into your deck that's going to be swept away with everything else, while it also exiles a creature card from their hand, which is also redundant with Extinction Event. So it just seems really incoherent to have both of those cards to me. Because the purpose of Extinction Event is you ignore the creatures, exile the creatures, attack their planeswalkers with your creatures that are left over, and you win. But the Livebane Zombie kinda... It's kinda like more good cards against mono green. But it's good, but it's very incoherent with this card. Just a bit of an awkwardness. And Go Blank... You know, they play out the creatures and you Go Blank their hand, exile any Storm the Festivals from the graveyard. My thoughts are that Livebane is a pseudo duress but can also attack down a Karn. Sure, but I just explained to you, those are like simple thoughts and they're pretty true, right? It is, what you're saying is true, but I also explained to you in more detail why I think it's an incoherent plan together. I can also attack down a Karn with Blood Type Harvester or with Fable of the Mirror Breaker token. They also get to attack Karn, right? Not sure if Liliana is great in the matchup. Or if like, she seems pretty bad to minus and your opponent sacrifice an All Growth Throw. Hard to say. Remember, certain people were always so angry that Livebane Zombie was in standard, like Kibler. Yeah, there were some cards that elicited responses like that. Livebane Zombie, Phyrexian, no, Plague Engineer. I never understood why those cards like elicited so many negative responses, but Plague Engineer for a while, like Legacy memers hated it for some reason. Liliana is pretty great in the matchup, though better if you play Kalitas, smiley face, definitely, yeah. I'm not convinced about Free Shouldered. And like, I think having your creature, having an extra non-legendary copy is pretty relevant, and Shoulder doesn't seem obviously better than Kalitas to me. In fact, she seems pretty on par with Kalitas to me. So I could definitely sympathize with playing just a different legendary instead of my third Shoulder, which is almost the same power level. I guess Shoulder is kind of like more broad, because she's effective against control too. Well, Kalitas kind of just a 3/4 creature against control. But I'll believe you that Liliana is pretty great in the matchup. I think she can be like pretty good to plus after you, like, I think the plus ability might be pretty good if you interact a little bit early. The Edict is gonna be not always great, but I once lent a Bonfire of the Damned deck to friend for an FNM. They didn't play regularly. I explained Miracle and how to do it, and I said basically cast it every time you can. Your opponent will get angry, but you will win. Awesome. Bros, I lost to Coma. Oh, Coma seems tough. In general, Enigmatic Incarnation, I don't know if you have the clock to contain the deck. Maybe between Thoughtseize and Liliana you can, but it sounds potentially a bit tough at times. Not to die to Enigmatic Incarnation into Coma. Well, Bonfire of the Damned is just easier to me to relate that you can dislike the card because it has very strong randomness that's in your face. In a way that's in your face. And exacerbates the feeling of getting unfortunate. Which Lifebane Zombie and Plague Engineer are more like very strong, just hate cards for an archetype. And I guess fine as vanilla creatures, kinda. I think Lifebane Zombie will be pretty strong against the Enigmatic Incarnation deck for what it's worth. Why? You have like 5 different creatures that are green or white, probably. Probably more. Doesn't seem great for the matchup to me, but maybe I'm missing some aspect. Oh, because you get Yorion. Good one. Alright, let's go Enchant World and let's start with Lifebane Zombie. Okay, it's from the year of 2013. It's 4 or 5 mana. It is a creature uncommon. So it's from Theros. So it's from Theros. Common, uncommon, non-black creature from Theros. For 4 or 5 mana. What's the green monstrous? Apex. No. What's the snake with monstrous? Nessian Asp, yeah. Is it from Theros? It is. It's 5 mana. Rakdos Midrange. How was result? I won round 1 of the preliminary I'm playing in. It's not the 2 heads you should fear, it's the 4 fangs. Very good flavor text. Okay, so it's an uncommon for 4 mana from Theros. It's green and something else. What was the first match? I beat mono green. So it's green red, green white, or green blue. Is Horizon Chimera. Horizon Chimera from Theros. 4 mana, green and blue, uncommon, Theros. Creature Chimera. Seems like it's that card. Okay. We got in three guesses, bros. Got lucky on hitting the exact year with my first guess of Lifebane Zombie. Shouldered with flying, through and flash. Wanna try guess a game? Unless the game is Magic the Gathering, I will not guess it, but... Genshin Impact. Alright, so that was easy. I guess playing an hour a day for the past 2 years helps me. Helps me with that. Being familiar with it's pretty telling. And Paimon, yeah. It does look like a Breath of the Wild weapon, a little bit, but Genshin in general looks a little bit like Breath of the Wild. So, like... Genshin Impact, good one. Good one, bro. Or more like Genshin Impact. When Genshin Impact was new, there even was an ad which just showed the main character hanging from the cliff, which is the same as the box art for, or some kind of promotional art for Breath of the Wild. I can't find it, but it was looking similar to this. And I liked Breath of the Wild, and I recognized this graphic, and it was like kind of the same, but instead of Link, it was Lumin from Genshin Impact. Do I think one graveyard trespasser is too few, or do I think Harris is good enough? I have no strong opinion. I've never finished a Zelda game. I tried with Breath of the Wild. I did, but just couldn't get into it. Takes a while maybe to immerse, but once I immersed, I just played for 200 hours of running around and collecting stuff, I think. Could be a 10 out of 10 if it didn't have a shit durability system. Well, I think feels like we discussed that 5 times already when Breath of the Wild came up, but I actually liked the durability system. Just 100% Sekiro today. Have you played that one canister? I haven't, but I'm not sure if I'm... I tried playing Elden Ring for a few hours, but I'm not sure I am into Souls-likes. Turned off stream to brush my teeth, my bad. No, we had the discussion about Breath of the Wild like 5 times across many years. I just found it pretty base that I actually ended up using many different weapons. Like everything that game gave me was useful and used by me, which it's often like you get 1000 weapons, you end up using 3 for your gameplay. Which finds like seems like a waste to me.
He's a phenomenal control player.
It's good seeing how you think while playing.
Thank you, Shinigami Grim. Thank you for the sub. I do find it easier to think hard about my decisions when I play tier deck and established deck than when I play random deck and brew. It's like much easier to think through the common scenarios when like the terms of engagement are already established. And I think, yeah, I guess I'll think about what their next play is and what do they do to me. And I play like some decks I haven't touched. Or like when I try to brew myself, I kind of just play cards and say, oh, if they have it, they have it, and I die often. Context about it's a phenomenal control player. It was about me. I probably should try to go with a different clip. Sub soundbite, something catchy that also makes sense without like explaining the roundabout lore about it, because it truly does not really fit into the context. Thoughts on mono blue spirits versus band spirits? Still not sure what to make in Pioneer. I haven't played against mono blue spirits in a long time. I'm not sure if people even play it anymore. And people do play band spirits, so if you want to go by that, I recommend band spirits. Mono blue I just never see. The mono blue is kind of a cheese deck, low power level. But you should play more curiosities, right? Just a new curiosity. Was there 8 curiosities earlier? And that seemed like the best thing about this deck is to have like a low land count and just a curiosity on your creature, and that's how you win. And that makes your Gaslight Snare cost 1 mana. How many turns you try to predict / make a strat in advance? 1. High Canister, Sleepless Canadian checking in. High. But it might be wise to sleep at some point. Just be careful. I heard that after 3 days of no sleep, people die. And yeah, how many turns I try to predict make a strat in advance? I don't know. Well, I don't have a set rule. I just look at the cards in my hand. For example, we just played against mono green and I fought seize them, so I said, okay, I will play this here and then this here. So like I can try to map the next 2 or 3 turns roughly, right? But without fought seize, I only plan for the next turn, because I can't imagine what's in my opponent's hand. I heard it was 7 days. Yeah, I made it up. I actually didn't hear anything about 3 days, but I can imagine that 3 days with no sleep, 72 hours can be a little bit damaging to you already. You spend 8 days awake, stay alive and well based. Depends a lot on the deck too. I found out that playing the modern creativity deck, most of the time if you can, you go turn 2 Ren and 10 Prefable. Yeah. True, like some decks have like the best plays on their turns, and if your opponent doesn't do anything that warrants moving away from that plan, is you just try to perform the script Today was public holiday here for the Queen, confusingly 3 days after the funeral. Long live the Queen. Does Poland have a king or queen? No. The most... I guess we had the Pope. Our Pope. But that was 2 popes ago. So now it's back to some other Pope. Not our Pope. Should use catchy sounds for your sub and resub alerts if you don't like Phenomenal Control Player, yeah. I changed the donation sound to first thing is $300 because he's speaking about money and like donation when you receive money. I thought that's clever. Now we have the Pope and Messi Argentina rules, exactly. Our Pope. The Giganta. Okay, keep. For your latest Samuel list, if you don't own an Emrakul Promise Hand, what do you suggest as the 15th sideboard card? Under EE? Under EE or a Force of Vigor will be fine. Especially if you don't have blue-eyed and 4-color around. I guess my hand doesn't do anything on turn 2. It's kinda bad. So if Trespasser was a Hearse... Ah! Oh, yes, 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 no. Well. Should I? They can't cast the draw 2 on turn 2 then. So, seems extremely awkward, but... Harvester from the Exile? Or no? Now that I'm at the PC and not on mobile, I can try to explain myself better. I find it hard to try and predict what will I do in the next couple turns when my opponent could have combinations of various cards or not just this or that. Yes, it is hard. So I don't know either. It's pretty hard. Which is why I said that without thought seizing I don't plan for more than 1 turn because I don't know what's gonna happen. What do you think of the Enter the Golden Terrals in blue-black? Sounds like a good card. I forgot about it. Liana seems awful in the matchup. Maybe. Opponent is missing a land drop though, which is very nice. Doesn't seem so awful right now, actually. Claim the firstborn. I want to play something. If I want to play something, it's probably the Graveyard Trespasser. So you have to spend a card. Have you seen the Edgar Red Black version? In fact, I'm playing it right now. I just changed 2 cards. One of them being Graveyard Trespasser. Why only one Trespasser? Well, I just had one slot. Is Manic Hercery that good? I don't know. But yeah, Harris seems okay game 1 against. Mono green. I have no strong opinion about the Liliana and Trespasser counts yet. I am doubtful of Liliana a little bit too. Seems odd to ping it down now first, but... Well, especially in this way, that seems wasteful. Oh no, it's Dirty Dispute, it's fine. Guess attack, let them block and save the treasure is also an option for me. Close. Oh shit. Why are you not saying less of Invoke Despair anymore? It's not new enough anymore. Card just sucks a bit. I don't know why it was played in the first place. My point of view says. Ugh. Let's attack. No, it's not even about being a 5-cost card, it's just a terrible card. It's a bad deal for 5 mana, that's why you're not seeing it. It's nothing about Liliana. It's like, why aren't the red black decks playing let's see, like, why aren't they playing Dire Fleet Ravager anymore? Well, Cause it sucks. Not like a good pioneer card, that's why. Simple. Somehow I only have 4 lands. Okay, now we have Giganta to push to Footsies. Call on familiar in Takenuma. Okay, so it's an okay spot. Don't really have, we both have nothing. Why they block Lel? Yeah, seem pretty bad. Well, I'm not sure I'm doing well against Rakdos. Like, I can easily lose this game, but Croxa lets me race a bit at least. Kinda. I guess, well, not quite, but kinda. Is the cat. Also, I don't have Hidetsugu in my graveyard, in my sideboard, which would be really good against this deck. I assume. Be quite useful against the old ovens. If you clear the ovens, then you should be ready. Relatively advantaged. Time them for them top the claim. Sure, so they will discard with Croxa. No. Overpowered, bros. That's too much, man. Croxa. Sure. If I were to draw Liliana now, she doesn't do too much. Now they get the redraw with the Fable. They already discarded a claim and used up a claim. Okay, play the man land. I think I need to draw with the lock Twain. This does nothing to not draw. Let's throw Liliana. Sholdred. Sholdred is a solid one.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Glad I could catch my daily ginger stream.
No attack with Crocsake is not worth it. Which is extremely cringe, but you know. Damn, Carlitos would exile cat here. What's Carlitos? But hers would have been useful, yeah. Calitas. Yeah, Cali is potentially better too. Carlitos, the Spanish coworker I have. Yeah, exactly. Guess I still die with Sholdred. Fucking Sholdred, bros. Just dead on board, right? Suck cat. Suck cat. One, two. Yeah, I'm dead on board. We want the hairs. I want the Collagen's commands. I don't have a sideboard for this matchup. I'll probably bring the Gangbusters for that. Liliana seems useless indeed in the matchup. What we lost? They drew a claim. No, I didn't draw a claim, but they just... I was losing on board. Alright, bro, if it posts once again about 4 Liliana being too bad, I will ban you all. All of the chat, everyone in the chat. And don't tell me how to live my life. I will sideboard the way I want to. All of my cards are kinda bad. Which would explain as to why it would be a bad matchup. And Trespasser seems like one of the better cards to have too, because it actually can attack, pressure the cat a bit at times, not really. It's got one push. Maybe one go blank, honestly. Why not? The Tetsugo sounds good for the matchup, yeah. I'll bring go blank. Can modify the Cyber to do well against Rakdos sack, but then it loses to mono green and other decks. That's the problem with Rakdos. Well, yeah. Why does my deck play Rending Volley? That seems extremely redundant. I already have so much removal in it. It seems like not the wisest way to spend sideboard slots. Blue-Black Dream is finished XD. Not necessarily, but I wanted to play a bit with Rakdos. I guess, yeah, Greasefank. This push is kinda bad. Push was really bad in Blue-Black. I found Extinction Event okay in the one match I played yesterday. I'm sure that Extinction Event is the best plan for Rakdos, for mono green you can have. I'd like to play something worth killing. Okay, well punished. I bought out Bone Crusher Giants and brought in Extinction Events versus Mono Green. If I miss a land drop, will I draw away Bankbuster? I think so. Hello, hello. Also, Hiretsugu consumes all is a, in my understanding, a useful card versus Grease Fang decks. At least a bit. Yeah, so Bankbuster was the better play because it was better when I miss a land drop and when I don't miss a land drop. Because it's a solution to the cat tokens when the graveyard. That's pretty bad at doing that. But really, it's just only really shining against green. It's Rakdos, I think. Sacrifice. Bone Crusher Giant is the weakest card, feels like. In search for a land drop. Remember when people thought that card was good in Modern, Hitsugu? Yeah. Up Nixels against me, interesting. Why no Chandra? I don't know, bro. I have to fit my 4 Liliana somehow, yes. The Bankbuster seems surprisingly useful as a monster to crew. Oh, fuck off, bro. Don't steal my creature. Chandra is on a Pioneer level card, yeah. Chandra is kinda bad. No. Jaya. Jaya and her juice. The juice is loose, as they say. Who says that exactly? Point me towards a single person who actually says that. think Chandra is good, but not as a value card in a midrange deck. Sure, whatever that means.
Fisting is 300 bucks.
Hi Canista, here is the list of the donation deck, thanks.
Thank you very much for the donation. Mini Milupupas. We'll play your deck after the prelim finishes. What they're doing? Are they really blocking with the Den? Oh, Sockens on these. If I go blank them, I lose on board to this, kinda. So I'll play the Fable. Instead. On their oven and a daily dispute. Nice. Typical mid-match React Andy Bobsy. Not respecting my time as a gamer. Ligma. We'll watch it after the game too. Is 300 a good price for fisting? You have to answer that yourself. Ligma. My bro opponent out there just with 4 cards in hand. ¿Qué pasa? Awesome. Give me that 4-shouldered. Seems like my list is very ill-equipped to battle my opponent's deck. Why is it crucial to play 2 more duress in the sideboard of this deck? That also seems kinda redundant, potentially, just like more of the same, which you don't necessarily need. Shouldered, not quite the best card against Cat Oven. Yeah. Well, she gains life, so it's kinda good in that sense. Understand it's against blue-white control, but what if you build your sideboard so that it's functional against blue-white control without the extra 2 duress? You can just, that's still fine. You have 6 cards to bring, and I have, what, 4 cards to cut? So I already have too much. 5 cards to cut. So I don't need that duress. I could just, yeah. So you could just skip it and play hate cards for this matchup, not have outs. It seems like drawing a Hidetsugu seems pretty powerful. So let's go cut the duress. Hidetsugu. And when I miss duress, I'll add duress back. Modifying midrange cyber is an infant struggle. Yeah. But also, not really. It's a finite struggle too, because the problem is when you copy and you kinda don't have a full grasp of why you play certain sideboard cards and in the amounts you play them too well. And once you start understanding why you're playing the once you start understanding why you actually play the cards and how many cards you have to cut in certain matchups, you get an understanding. But once again, I have no strong opinion about the minute choices that you keep asking me about Leifengard. So, like, you keep asking me no underdog, no Chandra, no X. I had to pick a certain list of red-black to start my adventure with red-black, so I picked a deck list and I have cards in it. All the cards in your list are widely played by some players, and I don't have neither strong hate nor strong love for the cards I play or don't play in actuality. So, once again, I clarify that that is my position currently, as I'm basically a newborn red-black player. Yes, I'm standing on shoulders of giants, the giants being fairly opinionated, sometimes in weird ways. Remember when this card was 30 tickets? Am I the only one doesn't like shoulder at all? This is the best 4-drop you can get in red-black. I think the card is a new card. And it's gonna fall a lot when it's like when the next few sets drop, we'll forget about Sholdred. There's plenty of cards like that.
He's a phenomenal
It's not that
control
good.
player.
It's kind of bad actually. Was pretty bad in the two matchups I just played. Like both of them, it was definitely worse than Kalitas, and it's pretty low ceiling on a 4-mana card that dies to remove all spells for no value. Thank you to Chochi Adam. And now let's watch the Ligma video that Bobsy linked to us. Bofa? Chokoma? Chokonmai, okay. Son. Mustang police chase in downtown, 4K edit. Good one. Alright, let's go to Streamlabs and I'll grab the deck list, the Dono deck list that is going to be queued up for a league after this is done. That we got from Mini Mili Pupas. Very nice name. Where's the deck? Are you passive, aggressive, bros? Dono, mono, ooh. This is like the mono blue deck in back in standard. Merfolk Trickster of all things, but now it has 6 copies of Enchant Aura, draw a card whenever you deal damages. And a selection of monsters ready to pounce at my opponents. All point 4623 credits. Costly. Oh, new round starting in 2. Let's go round 2. Are you allowed to edit Dono decks? Well, if the donator would want to, but I had no will to edit this. currently. I'm a bit surprised by the main Soulgate Lantern, actually. I would like to hear about that exactly. Because it seems a little bit out of left field. Is that a term? A full lefty denial. I'm gonna keep this. Put back the worst card in my deck on the bottom. I might just draw a 2-drop creature, so. Canister of 1 Hearse in the main deck, 1 Lantern main deck, WTF. Well, I have 1 Hearse in the main deck of my midrange deck, and the Hearse is a vehicle with power and toughness too. Right? While Lantern in a more aggressive deck is a little bit of a more extreme choice, I would say. It's a bigger commitment towards hating graveyards. Bro, the worst card in this deck is Haunted Ridge, not Sholdred. Honestly, not so sure. He took my Dreadbore. Should have a Sophia Dono deck option, sure. I plus Liliana and we trade cards. I get to trade a push for a card, and also I get to use my castle on the next turn, maybe. For little damage. Opponent discards Croxa to Liliana. Pain. Not sure that's too bad to me. I guess the Croxa is pretty bad, but it's not too bad, honestly, if you just both plus. I have the castle in play. Ooh. Nice. Well, nice. I guess get sacrifice. Shit card. But I don't discard. I think it's weird that my opponent didn't take my own Liliana. Maybe I have Dreadbore now. No? I think they should have discarded my Liliana, not my Dreadbore. That seemed terrible. I should play my lands, I think. The second Liliana, I don't need to hold on to it. Worst case, they draw a land. They don't even have the red cards to red mana twice to escape the Sholdred. Chandra discarded. Oh, PV pierdolę, bros. It's so bad. Wow. How did you not get the alternate art, Lily? Why would I like this one? That's how Liliana looks. They can't activate then unless they draw a red source. Okay, red source. Can kill my Liliana now. Why do you like that one? Because of the collarbones. Might draw a push, but they didn't activate Liliana, makes sense. They have a card I don't. Oh, I can excel Kuroxa, that's good. Even 2 Croxes. Croxa and Graveyard Trespasser. I don't know, we lose the game because Liliana minuses. Then of the bugbear pressures me, so I can't use my castle. Bros, in what matchups is Liliana good? Just blue-white control? But is she even good in that matchup? I can draw, I don't know. Bone Crusher. Bro, Liliana is destroying you. Is she? 'Cause I had a Liliana too, so like my Liliana didn't destroy my opponent. Like Den of the Bugbear is pretty good against Liliana. Fucking shouldered, bro. If this was a Kalitas, at least I can survive. What else fruit drop do you want to play? Trespassers. Still, bro, it's not still the best. Like most lists don't play 4 Lilianas. In fact, most people don't play 4 Lilianas. So I'm performing an experiment here by playing 4 Lilianas, but they're kind of not good against any matchup.
He's
Are you
a
number one
phenomenal
Charlotte hater in
control
the
player.
world? No, because
Hi.
I'm very lukewarm about it, not a hater. This is an unlicensed Hairs matchup. Attacks Planeswalker as well. And answers to Croxa. Not much. Except for that. Bunkbuster 100%. I fucking know, bro. I understand that the midrange card draw card is for the midrange matchup. Don't tell me. You don't need to tell me that. You don't need to backseat like, you know, canister play land now. Understand that. I was wondering about the hairs. Fail push is pretty poor. Fuzzy is kinda medium. You can cut Fuzzies. Gonna bring the K command. You're gonna have one hairs. One hairs sounds solid. Shoulder seems pretty bad. Honestly. Let's do this maybe. That's solid. Maybe go blank, but that's kinda rough. Hey Canister, I was wondering, did you regret not being on cast for LMS Paris? Well, I was supposed to be, but I got sick. So did I regret getting sick? I am sad to have missed that opportunity, but I don't regret it. I was sad. I feel no regret from getting a bit sick. What you get? COVID? I don't know. I haven't went to the doctor, so and it slowly passed away. Slowly, I'm got almost healthy right now. But maybe it was a cold, maybe it was maybe it was COVID. Can't know. Nice stomps. This is Gura, obviously. Everything is just the VTubers. Play the Harvester, bro. No. Did you take a lot of Rutina Scorbin heal this way? I took 0 Rutina Scorbin, honestly. I'll discard push. What's your opinion on Dragon Lord Atarka? Felt great as a cyborg card and amulet versus so many matchups. Went 7-2 day 1. You went 7-2 day 1, or Dragon Lord Atarka went 7-2 day 1? Or someone else playing Dragon Lord Atarka? Day 1 of what? Paris, I assume? Atarka is fine, but not castable. Is my issue. Given that minusing is just an extra card, it seems pretty attractive. Although stomping is also just an extra card. I could play Shouldered, minus. Or I could go Stomp, hold up second Stomp. It seems poor. They could Bone Crusher my Liliana, that's fine. They could also minus on my Shouldered, but then I have a Bone Crusher giant target, and then I can target the second part of this. Would Kaltas be better here? Unsure. It would be the same. Unless say you have Chandra in their deck, it would be literally the same. Bro, say hacking took 4 damage now. Harvester is a very weak play. That's one nice to see. Will you see Blood Token and fail push? Discard both.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Card drawn. Okay, I'm happy about how this went. I'm not happy about them discarding the boat because that means they might have a boat. Maybe I'll minus to get just the second card of value and play Fable. Stomp and Stomp is nice way to spend mana, but well, it makes me keep over a Liliana, which doesn't really do anything. So I'll take the trade, like that would be a 2-for-1 Liliana, which is pretty good, and we can play the Fable to unlock a bit of my mana, discard the second useless Liliana, maybe. Thank you, Jammernaut, for your Prime Gaming sub. Maybe dig towards, if they have a second boat, dig towards K command to kill the boat. But yeah, Shoulder was 4 mana, and it traded for 1 mana removal spell. It was really bad here. Well, not quite a 1 mana removal spell. They had to go out of their way a little bit to trigger Revolt. But it didn't really... It wasn't really a 4 mana playable card type deal. Yes, I took 4, which for now I value at 0. Or very close to 0. It's playing 2 boats common? No, but my point, discards a blood to a boat to a blood token in this spot. I expect them to have one. It's a very short-term way of thinking. Well, in the game where we both at 20, I think the value truly approaches 0. The value of like the 6 damage dealt here. They had extra 2 life. I don't know what from. Or they just took 4? I don't know. Oh, they just got only 1 card from Fable. That's what happened. I think with Shoulder is that when they don't have removal, it just dominates the boards and wins. Sure. But they do have the removal. So it's like the typical type of a card that they tell you not to play in in elementary school. I tell you, don't play auras and cards that die for no value. Even if they're base when they live. Ouch. The boat seems pretty powerful in the mirror. Oh yeah, pierdole, the boat is fucking me over, bros. I'll block the Goblin Shaman. So yeah, Shouldered made my opponent fall to 16 life, which is cool, I guess. Kinkly not dead. Liliana, you maybe kinda want to play an extra Croxa. More cards in the graveyard from Liliana plus. More ways to discard the Croxa. They could have Crude with the Shaman and Reflection. Let's go, okay, come on now. Liliana. People play Underdog 1x usually, I understand that, but I think you could play more Croxas, like you don't need to play a card for 4 mana. Shoulder it and you can play an extra Croxa and that's your 4-drop. If it's easier to activate, I think that's potentially playable. If I castle into K command, take 2 damage, destroy both and reflection, then I'm fine. They draw land. If I play Liliana and minus, then sacrifice, let's say, Goblin Shaman, they activate both and kill me. So I think I have to use Lothwain. Oh, they have the creature land. Sneaky that they tapped it so that I wouldn't notice it, and they succeeded. But the Shoulder performed really poorly in all 3 matches I played. I guess it didn't perform poorly against Mono Green, but it did not perform very relevantly. Sure, anyways it was tapped, which was tricky. Alright, watch the Swedes age poorly. Sheldred in Pioneer is quite underwhelming. Yet another case of a new card fever. Spare yourself. How many tickets is it? Spell yourself 46 tickets. I guess people use Rentas, so it doesn't matter, but Lamo. So you say I don't have to pay over 100 for free Sheldreds. I think you probably won't need them. Can you lose one game claims that the card is unplayable copium? No, I played 3 matches with it. And the card was also read the card, and I have a basic understanding of the mechanics of the game of Magic the Gathering. This is for real or trolling? Well, it's a fine card, but it's pretty bad in multiples, and it's pretty bad in many matchups, so it's very narrow. In fact, I will sell one of my Shoulderheads right after the prelim, and I'll just never play 3. Again, I'll play 2 maybe. That's not a very good card. First way that says it's not 46 because it's 53. September 21st, 20. Alright, whatever. That's good. Like, this is the easiest strategy for getting engagement. Might need 3 for standard showcase. It might be a good standard card. Not sure though, is it? It seems like it could be even weaker in standard, TBH. I'm not sure what removal is in standard, but it's a Benslayer Angel card. Type card, just play it, it kills dice to a chip removal. But maybe there is no chip removal that kills it. But it's the easiest tactic to drive up engagement on your tweet chat. You just include an easy to spot, easy to correct mistake in it. And I think the issue of your tweets is your brand is built on irony, which makes your tweets confusing. Alright, from now on, I will add serious tweet, by the way, under my serious tweets. Can you show that on another tweet, please? Well, from now on, when I will tweet again, I will either add serious tweet or not. Shoulder is just fine in standard. Yeah, let's go. How do we know that serious tweet, by the way, is in sarcasm? It's not gonna be. Why would it be? Like, I'm not, bros. It's not that deep. Like, I'm not that deep. I'm just posting my thoughts. Sometimes their thoughts are silly, but I'm not like trying to trick you on multiple levels. So let's go like standard challenge, and let's take a look at Grixis midrange. Winning 3 Shouldered, 3 Airtie Resurrected. That seems like a fine removal spell versus Shouldered. Rona's Vortex. Okay, yeah, Shouldered Soul Transfer, kind of weak to Soul Transfer, but not super trivial to kill. There's no fail push, for sure. Black, red, green, Infernal Grasp, Riveteer's Charm. Wow, that's a nice deck for Riveteer's Charm. Yeah, we'll all forget about Shouldered. When Brothers War hits, like Shouldered is gonna be replaced by Jix, the midrange medium 5-drop or whatever, or by Mishra's Deadly Cannons, which is gonna also be a midrange card for 4 mana. and then it's gonna be the new Pioneer card, but yeah, Shouldered was definitely underrated. I didn't even rate it in my set review. I didn't even look at it because it just was a 4 mana no effect, but it's 4 mana no effect, but kind of enough stats and effect to be somewhat okay in some spots, but now it's like way over, and people like, what gets me the most is the people who like to post deck lists that they claim they improved, and they say, oh, just play the good cards, bro, and they play free fucking Shouldered. That's like, yeah, just play the good cards. And they play free Shouldered. It's like some irony in that, right? Unleash the Inferno. I always have trouble remembering what this card exactly does. But the just play good cards theorem also frequently seems to ignore the fact that mana curve, diminishing returns, and other, more vague concepts are a thing that needs to be taken care of, thought of when building a deck. Unless the Inferno deals 7 damage like a creature or Planeswalker, well, that kills Shouldered. And then also destroys artifact or enchantment upon controls with mana value less than or equal to the amount of excess damage. So it kills Shouldered and Fable. Pretty nice. Yeah, or Bankbuster. I guess Meathook, which is whatever, but... No, I guess maybe this one whatever. Like. Oh, it doesn't kill Shouldered and Fable because it's not CMC, it's... Okay. Does Graveyard Trespasser qualify as a good card? I think it's a better card than Shieldred. There was a standard deck I've seen, which is pretty silly. I was looking at standards randomly. Joda Humans. Well, let's take a look at Joda Humans, but... Domain. There is a standard showcase this weekend, and... Do standard gamers not like Graveyard Trespassers? Yeah, it also puzzled me a little bit that people don't play it at all. But they play it so much in Pioneer, and shouldn't it be pretty good in the format too? Like, I don't understand what makes it so not good. But yeah, the interesting deck is 4-color Windgrace. Well, it's a 5-color deck clearly. So maybe cut all Shoulder and put 4 Trespasser to the deck, no 4-drop. Yeah, I thought about that too. I think that's valid. Although I would play Kalitas, I think. Sometimes it's nice to make a big play, but... I love Trespasser, probably strongest 3-drop in standard hot take. It's definitely the strongest compared to how little play it does. So there is a standard showcase this weekend. Should I play this deck, bros? Fable exists, so no. Yeah, you could play both. What is the average mana value of this deck? 5? No, you cast Mulch on turn 2. You cast Mulch. Or Teachings of the Kirin. Mill 3 cards and make it 1/1. Then you make it a 2/2. So it's a 2 mana 2/2 that flips into another 1/1 that can become a 2/2. It's pretty okay, but slow. But I guess it's not too great against aggro decks. Can imagine. Well, you have Leyline Binding on turn 2. If you play Triumph into, well, the Triumph. And you don't play anything, and then you play Fable. I mean, Leyline Binding seems pretty good. It seems pretty good to be able to cast it. And also, it becomes a 1 mana card. Glorious Vinewall looks better than Mulch. Sacks the Spirit Sisters for Titan Late. Probably right. Only 24 lands is wild. If you count Mulch as a land, it's 28 lands. And Mulch is worth more than 1 land. I think. Aggro decks could never beat my 1-spot removal. Well, it's gonna have a harder time beating 1-spot removal than 0-spot removal, I'm pretty sure. Also, enjoy how this deck has 4 Shadow Prophecy in the sideboard and 4 Llanowar Green Widow. 8 grindy cards in the sideboard to grind harder. Just to make sure that you can grind. Also, Spirit Sister Skull. That card is pretty terrible, and I never understand what it does, but maybe it's not terrible actually. End step, choose permanent in your graveyard. You may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type. If you do, return the chosen card from your graveyard battlefield. So the idea is that you go turn to Fable, then attack, play it. You discarded a Titan and you sacrifice the Goblin for a Titan, and then you... Yeah, sure. I mean, this doesn't seem good at all. This doesn't seem like a good grindy card at all. I guess you can also sacrifice your sagas to return the Kami War. Same thing. But I mean, what if you just played a 5 mana card that is valuable by itself? That does not require you to jump through 2 hoops of having a permanent to sacrifice and a permanent in your graveyard to return. You can loop sagas, but they perpetually get... If this permanent would leave, extend exiling, so it doesn't actually work. Well, this is a meme deck, but even memes can be made stronger, right? Feels like to me. You're listening to. You have Mulch to load up the graveyard, yeah. Heavy load. Heavy loads in the graveyard. Oh, the Dawn Sky. 5 mana. 5 for flying vigilance. When dies, look at the top 7. Put any number of non-land permanent cards with total mana value 4 or less. So you get a nice saga like Fable or Treaty or Soul of Windgrace in this deck. Yeah, I think this deck would be better for adding AO instead of the Spirit Sister Skull. Let's take a look at Standard and let's go popular cards in Standard. Commonly played in Standard. Meathook Massacre, okay. 73 decks play it, percent of decks. So maybe there is no aggro if 73% of decks play the Meathook Massacre, so you can play a deck like that. It's fine. I mean, it's still gonna lose to midrange because you miss your first 2 turns when they go duress 2-drop. And you go nothing. Cut down duress. Shoulder the meme apocalypse. Tenacious underdog. Dogster. Lilian of the Veil. Fable only 10. Wow, Trespasser is present in 48% of the deck, so people do play it. Okay. And it's not much harder to play 3 colors than 2 colors, because you'll be playing basics anyways, which are pathways, right? And you have the Triumph. Well, maybe not entirely true, but... Wait, pathways rotated. You don't play pathways. Okay. Well, it's even more so. Then it seems like this deck is losing too much to add blue. But also, you could be playing... I guess Airtie seems pretty solid. But you could play Trespasser over Upriser. And you could play more basics in 2 colors against a Field of Ruins, yeah. Any other ways to punish the basic lands? There was a Cleansing Wildfire meme deck that was punishing people with 1 plains in it. It's the only purpose of Field of Ruin to cheese out the players with no basics? Yeah, probably. Cleansing Wildfire was from Zendikar, so it is no longer legal, but maybe there is some other ways to kill non-basics. Probably not. It seems like red-black is just a great color combo. It seems to me like Soul Transfer is pretty powerful, but this deck has 1 Mountain to Swamp. Playing blue without makes appear seems to be a scam. Interesting. Well, Bossage doesn't make them search a basic, it makes them search a Triumph. Makes appear, I don't know. I'm not a believer into that. Free Shoulder the Apocalypse in the sideboard. It does seem like a good sideboard card against mono red. Unleashed Inferno. Gruul aggro for 30 tickets. 7 forest, 8 mountain. 4 card Plushan, 4 Rockfell Wave, 1 Soken Zen. Not playing Boseju. Just not playing Boseju. Why would I? I guess there is a good reason not to play it. It's just a budget deck. Send Pack Leader, Phoenix Cheek, solid. So 11 green, 12 red, turn 1. 13 red, sorry. Why is there 13 red? Oh, because there's an extra red 1 drop. Okay, come on. No. Do you play standard at stream often? No, basically never. I'm only interested in it slightly because there is a showcase challenge. This is whenever you cast a creature spell, put a counter. When it dies, distribute X counters among any number of target creatures control. Okay. This makes free attackers or adds mana. This is a 2 mana 3/2 or a 3 mana 4/3 haster. Squee, okay. Halana and Alena. Adds 2 counters every turn on something. It's standard not mono black meta. It's not mono black, it's black. It seems. The one drops in this deck are so bad, unfortunately. Kumano faces Kakazan seems pretty great, but I'd say play Joda Humans, but I 2 for last challenge. Very strong recommendation then. So it's mono legendary humans. So it's a deck that has a 4 of 3 of 4 of 3 of 3 of 3 of 4 of 4 of legendary. And Joda for synergy. And somehow March of the Otherworldly Light as the removal of choice. Seems terrible. We have the Circular Cordian Plaza of Heroes. That's pretty base actually. Mana base pretty nice, surprisingly nice. With 8 of Rainbow Lands. Lagrella the Magpie, what does she do exactly? Who knows? Joda is whenever you cast a legendary spell from hand, it has Legendary Cascade. Legendary Cascade seems pretty bad. You will cascade into something you already control. Is it hard to kill Joda in standard? 5 mana 5/5? Yeah, the anthem is pretty strong. You'll get like 3 creatures, so you'll get +3/+3. Yeah, Infernal Grass, Snake seems pretty bad. Though it pumps itself always, which is a bit odd, but I find it confusing when a card has a printed power and toughness and it literally will never have that power and toughness. I think a more elegant solution would be to I don't know, to do what? I guess you can change it without changing the functionality, but it is a bit confusing. Nie. O, myślałem, że z nim wyjdziesz jeszcze, bo... Lol, where is Adelina? Adelina is interesting, yeah. But white is probably kind of tough. Jaren corrupted bishop. 2 target human control gains lifelink. It transforms into Ormendal. But doesn't actually transform into Ormendal. I also find it confusing, flavorfully wise. That it transforms into Ormendal, but it doesn't actually become Ormendal. Ormendal is a separate being. Unless I'm wrong, but... I guess like the previous Ormendal and the Abbey just the island transformed to Ormendal, but didn't actually transform, it was just summoned. Protection from werewolves. Any werewolves in standard? I understand that Jaren is bad and is here for the synergy. That's this entire deck's premise. Domain 5-0. 2 Rabbit Battery, 4 Nishoba Brawler, 4 Radas Firebrand, 2 mana free, 1 6 mana ability, whatever. Trespasser. Trespasser is not a legendary human. Sprouting Goblin. This searches for a land with land types so can find a Triome. Cathar. Naya Sijino. And 2 Riff. Riff is 5 mana, 5/5. Flying Ward 2, the dragons you can have Ward 2. Creature Planeswalker and opponent control will steal excess damage. Create a 4/4 dragon, okay. With Ward. Gaze Might. Spell Pierce. Angel Fire and Ignition. This deck looks atrocious. Yeah. It does look a little bit atrocious. Run Portal, o ja pierdolę. Bro, I pain. What does Pilfer do? 2 mana discard spell. In a Naya deck. Well, Naya deck with 3 spell pierce. Are people win trading in standard leagues again? This is 190 tickets, so probably not a win trader deck. UBR. 4 Trespasser, solid. 2 Shouldered Cringe. 4 Make Disappear. I don't know how to feel about that, bros. Scar looks great to me, Soul Transfer. I've played like 5 standard leagues and my experience has been quite nice so far. Yeah, it does look kinda interesting, to be honest. About wearing announcement makes appear as so medium. True. is at control. When I was a kid, I had a rubber fish that sang this song when you press a button. Cool. Oh, you saw my copy of mock list. Question mark in parentheses. I'm chemist 1234. Smiley face. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, but maybe. You made top 8 challenge. Congrats. Okay, so it's elves. Say the company. Elves 1 drop. Excuse me, one lander. Not sure if I should do that. Maybe just hitting the visionary is good enough, but I think I can play the harvester next turn now. Maybe shoulder it to clock on the next turn. Then resume killing. Kill the dorks. Why not kill the mana elf again? So I can kill with harvester on the next turn. And kill the dork with it, because it has summoning sickness. It will take a while for it to. Or maybe I switch to killing lords. Now they have 2 lands. Maquin search, maybe you just haven't found them yet. Play Kaldas and make a bunch of zombies. Kaldas would be mightily better here again. People are on incredible amounts of copium with the shouldered love. And also like a basic misunderstanding of reality, like, bro, shouldered is better than Kalitas? Well, what if you're not interested in that effect to begin with? What if that is the case? Could it be? Kurwa no, co to ma być? Bros, I'm actually hacking losing pretty badly. They don't attack. Good. Well, not good. Maybe they won't attack again. Am I dead on board if they don't attack? Okay, so I make Kroxa. I can make Kroxa. Alright. But Kaltas here actually would kinda stabilize. With lifelink. Make a zombie, then sack the zombie, make big lifelinker. And I can like survive an attack. Yeah, I am dead to Nyctas, I accept that. I'm dead to this too. I guess we do this. Sheldred gained the 8 life this game, and I know much would Kaltas gain that spot. Kaltas would actually make my opponent not able to attack into the lifelinker though, because they would like fall behind from that. Rakdos Scum is not just a modern deck. What? Maybe I want Sheldred over Kroxa. Why not? I'm likely to name even with Extinction Event though. I guess applies to Kroxa too. I think I will cut the Kroxas instead. Because this can gain life and Kroxa can't. This is a Sheldred hating stream now, bros. Fucking Sheldred, man. Mates. It's shocking, so that we don't give them black mana on turn 1. Maybe they will miss black mana, I can not Urborg them. Need to have a list of all the cards Canister hates. Well, all the new cards are overrated. Except for Leyline Binding, this one is underrated. And Taint Indulgence. But this happens with every new card that's kinda good. It's not actually that good in the end. Let's play Fable too. Gain mana. Don't like that Curion Beastmaster. I have no opinion on Curion Beastmaster. Is Fable overrated too? Yes. In Modern. I think in Pioneer is actually pretty great, though. Well, Obnixis was actually, I wouldn't say, like, well, Obnixis was like not actually overrated after anyone played games with the card. Fable is good in creativity though. Yeah, it's not a generically good card that you can play with not included synergies. Can play Trespasser and push mana dork. I like that. I don't see a reason to play the Harvester. It's a bit tricky here to decide what exactly to do, but this way. Maybe pushing the dork is too aggro, but maybe it's a bit too telling too. I discarded one of my extinction events, but what they're gonna do? Like play 3 drops? No, they played Twins lead into my event. It's super telegraphed, huh? Well, not telegraphed enough for my opponent, seems like. Wait, what? He had extinction event? What a lacksack! Like reaction of my opponent. They drew Steely Champignon, Ceylon Messenger, and Shaman of the Pack. Ooh, lots of value, but you don't have infinite time, broski. Hmm. I seem like a pretty good spot to me. When ready to draw a card with Castle of Thwain, end of turn. Charlotte seems better than Croxa in this matchup. What about K Command? Probably not good. Yeah, not good. Yeah, good sideboarding. Let's re-sideboard. This is a good hand. No. Is this a hand? Yes. So I will play Harvester. Kill a creature, kill a second creature, loot away land. I'm on the draw, so I think I will mulligan. On the play I would keep, I think. Punished. Should have kept the bot 7. No, we got the same hand, but with Bone Crusher Giant, so better. So maybe now I'll put back what? Blood Crypt and Harvester. Keep Bone Crusher, or maybe I put back Dreadbore and keep Harvester. It's more value. Slower. Definitely keeping Bone Crusher on 5. Pull back the Harvester, I think. Because I'll build Stomp on turn 2 probably. Maybe Pathway. You want me to keep 2 lands in hand? Should have. Liliana. Sacrifice an elf. Do it now. Wait, no play? But they forgot to attack with their second elf. That's puzzling. They have 3 cards and still nothing. Oh, they had collected company. Oh, bros. Didn't realize. Shucks. Can use the clone caller. No attack. Sure. I mean, the elves, they just had bigger plans. They wanted to make it their elf bigger than my Bone Crusher, but... Well, now they should attack. They can't block. It's dreadful. Is this Edgar's list plus Trespassers? It is not, no. That's because I have one Graveyard Trespasser in my deck, so it's plus Trespasser and not plus Trespassers. Puts Leaf Crowned Visionary and Winan's Elite into their hand with Sylvan's Messenger's ability. I choose Death. She could have drawn Extinction even, but then still there's a creature. No, I should have played towards Extinction even. No, because it leaves those two, yeah. 1-3. Very respectable result. Alright, let's fix the deck. Rakdos, play good cards. So cut the fucking shoulders, bro. Cut 2 Lilianas because they cringe. Play a Trespasser because actually a good card. Play the Hearse in the sideboard where it belongs because what the hell. I play an extra Liliana. Play the Sugo consumes all. What else did we need? I can cut a Rending Volley. Because we don't actually need it. It's redundant with what we have already. And here, that's like the best Rakdos deck. For Liliana because I forgot to add an extra one. No meat hooks. Let's say Pioneer deck. Tactiles. Tactiles. Well, it's 16 free drops, but Fable making treasures actually lets you cast 2 free drops per turn, like, most easily. So it's actually simple. Oh, I wanted to play the boat. I've enjoyed Hazard since Liliana has been included. Interesting. Can move a cyborg card in the main deck and play Colagans command in the main deck or a extinction event. Simple. Pow. Rakdos. Optimal. I would add Ragavan and Duffy. I would add /S to your message to indicate that it's sarcastic. Let's see how his engagement. Standard bro, on the other hand, is pretty good. So what? So you're looking at standard list bro, so I figure I would share my Esper Derver, Ledger Shredder bro, cool. Fail push is one of the beta removal spells. Fail push is a removal spell, yeah. I really can't imagine how it could be all that remarkable, well, it just isn't. Okay, good engagement. I think for Dreadbore is actually big brain because it lines up super with Fable, yeah. Good point. To get Kalitas, we can play Giganta. I also have to cut Liliana out of the Veil. But it's true, this deck is pretty close to being a Giganta deck. For Dreadbore, lines up pretty poorly against Grisang and Spirits. Dreadbore is a little bit... It's like, this deck is fine, it's not that good. It's... has, you know, juggles 15 different matchups and they all kinda hard. Unless you have the good sideboard for them, so a typical midrange, right? Issue.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hey Canista, great tweet. It made me think of this other unrelated thing that I for some reason am going to insist on sharing.
Thank you for oversharing, DJ Foss. She'll place Liliana and Kaltas with Rebel Master, easy. Puzzling choice, but sure. So previously it was only the Kalitas blocking Giganta? Liliana Squee combination. Well, you can add a third Croxa if you really want to. Don't need to add a Squee. Don't need to go that route. Tremble like a flower. Why do you think they made Squee 2 red instead of 1 red like previous Squee? I don't know. Yeah, Squee Goblin now was 2 red. Why do they make Squee a strong card? That you like want to play and keep on the battlefield. It's kinda not flavorful to me. This looks so fair. It is a so-called midrange deck. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept. You should be as a long-time player of the game. I'll take a bathroom break and then we're going to play the donation deck that we get, the mono blue tempo. We'll see how the experience with that goes. I couldn't get a hold of Trespassers, so I played Rebel Masters in their slot and won my dank as RCQ. Did you dodge Bonecrusher Giants along your way? Sounds like possibly you did. Alright, once again, thank you very much for Mini Mili Pupas for the 25 USD donation, which will lead to me playing this deck through a Pioneer League right now. And remember that if you were going to donate 25 USD dollars, I could play your deck in a league too. If that's what you wish. Just as a general principle. Let's go, bros. Not Rakdos optimal, no. Mono blue maybe will do better than Rakdos, as I have done rather poorly with Rakdos in this problem. Streamer Mono Red Eldrazi League when you master $25.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Finally a good deck.
This is blue-white probably. How was the Rakdos experience? I have learned that Shieldred is not a playable Magic the Gathering card. No, she's a playable Magic the Gathering card, but she's a Siege Rhino level card. Just little reason to actually play it, I feel like. Yeah, Shoulder is definitely, well, you can play 3 copies of it, but I think 0 is a more correct number. Yeah, Shoulder is a Benslayer Angel, but out of the black Benslayer Angel, she's not even necessarily better at being a Benslayer Angel than a Kalatas. She's better against creatureless decks, but also what for? Don't want to slip out the back against potential leyline binding already. Why don't you march the dog? I got distracted, but probably could march the dog, yeah. Yeah, Shouldered, I think Shouldered is potentially pretty nice in in a mono black devotion deck. I played against that in a league once, actually. She seems pretty decent with Grey Merchant, maybe. And with Peer Through Abyss, it's a Colmog, yeah. It's better than the, you know. It's better than Underworld Dreams, maybe. So, chain to the cogs, okay. Gonna slip out of the back. Excel what? Again? What are you targeting? But was for Liliana the right amount? Liliana seems poor against most decks that you can play against. So she seems like a worse card than the Graveyard Trespasser to me, honestly. TBH. So I wouldn't play for Liliana either. Shouldered better than Underworld Dreams. Maybe it's not the biggest praise, true. Could play the Jin, seems unnecessary. La Jin. Alright, do we do it now? I think eating the dog is worth fairly little. What happened to Dimir deck? I went 3-2 with it. So what would you recommend in place of Shouldered? More freedom instead of worrying about the 4 drops? Yeah, I think it is not the law that you have to play 4 mana card in your deck. So that's the first thing. And then I already built perfect Shoulder, perfect Rakdos. Where is it? Rakdos Optimal. So I have one Kaltas and I moved a sideboard card in the main deck, so it was Extinction Event, but could be Kolaghan's Command or Bankbuster. Or Unlicensed Sears. Or Sky Sovereign even. Probably better to play one of those rather than Extinction Event. Is adding blue for airtime and spell pierce possible? It is, but I would rather prefer not to add extra colors. I have 5 power anyways. I think I'd rather keep... Do they play sweepers? Yeah, maybe Bankbuster as a 2-drop in main deck is good, yeah. Yeah, you don't play sweepers. So I guess let's play the Lajin. So after your experience with Red White Heroic this weekend, you think it's still decent? I think given how poor Liliana feels to play with, and how Heroic seems to be like the one deck that actually suffers from Liliana, it would feel to me like Liliana should not appear in high enough numbers in the future so that you can't play Heroic because of that. So I think it's probably still decent. I was also suggested Bone Crusher Giants on Twitter as a solution to like grainy matchup or creature matchups. I think Bone Crusher Giant might be pretty good sideboard card in Heroic that I have missed out on entirely. Could also play boats in blue-black midrange. I don't want boat in Heroic, it's a 5 mana card. So you're playing against an expensive deck. Ethergast hits a limited amount of stuff. Witness Protection is unnecessary. Soul Guide Lantern seems poor. Enigmatic Incarnation is blue, but their deck is all colors of rainbow. Unsubstantiate. They don't really have creatures, so they need to bounce super often. Maybe I want the Unsubstantiate Shades for the flexibility. In general. We have 3 Mausoleum Wanderer only. 1 Pteramander. Merfolk Trickster seems not maybe the greatest. Although I need more creatures. Maybe the disputes are okay. They might have their own disputes to fight me. Probably not, but... Like, all of the colored effects are kind of effective against them. I'll just play 2 disputes and 1 gas because they play various effects. I'm not entirely sure. No Master of Waves in mono blue. I don't think this would be a very good Master of Waves deck, but nonetheless, there is no Master of Waves in my deck. Unfortunately, Geistlight Snare is not cheaper thanks to the Silent Storm Timer, and I have no enchantment to protect. I think Dimir Fastlands missing is one of the reasons Cruz is not good in the format. Yeah, maybe. Although lack of the Fastlands just doesn't stop Rakdos from anything, so I'm not sure if it's that crucial. It probably is crucial. When I built Dimir, I had consider. Yeah, I had consider, push, and Thoughtseize, and I had hands with where I played Shipwreck Marsh turn 1. That's true. Well, Rakdos doesn't have super strong color I guess, yeah, I guess the difference is that it doesn't have 1-drops in both colors. Not sure if I should keep this hand, because I think the risk of attacking them for 1 and not doing anything is pretty high. Let's see what happens if we keep it though. Maybe we can draw. Maybe you can draw one of my 6 enchantments and protect. I assume if you face out your creature while your aura is on the stack targeting your creature, the aura gets countered and does not enchant my creature. Three mana card. They play a Fable. It's pretty bad for me. It used to be in Legacy you could face out a Germ token and the batters could never ever return. I don't understand why, but sounds based. Push is way worse without Hail, Flash, Harvester or Cat Oven for Revolt. Yeah, I struggled with push. Jace, Brain's Prodigy is a way to enable it, or maybe Fable Passage. I had Fable Passage ×1 in my deck. Wait, why does the deck not play Snow? It doesn't play the Snow Manland, so you don't want to be playing Snow. This I could unsub. If they play it again, don't mind. I guess. And like they might play 2 cheaper spells instead of this if they don't have it in their hand anymore. I get that part, but why? I think I would play it. I think I would play the Snowlands in it. Had I been the builder and designer of this deck. The token would stop existing and the equipment's aura attached would only return the game did. Okay, interesting. So Chandra, Torch of Defiance is not good enough for Pioneering the Rakdos Shell. I think it's not very good for sure. I'm not sure if it's not good enough. Because people tell you to play cards that are not very good, like Sheldred. So that does not seem to rule out a card. I assume this is a problem if it resolves. Ginger says Chandra is a 4 mana removal most of the time. That sounds poor, right? Ooh, nice. Exile what? Exile this. Reprint Blood Moon, new cards. in a format with no fetch lands, hilarity will ensue. Like, I think Kalitas actually offers something unique to the deck because it stabilizes the boards pretty impressively, I think. And you know, if your Kalitas sticks, your opponent can answer it. They just die to the Kalitas. And it's good versus Sack, a bad matchup, right? In a way that seems effective. And a Shouldered is like does not partly excel in that. It's just like big brick, draw, like shoots for damage and deals damage. Yeah, Shouldered seemed okay against mono green, but I think Kaleta's actually more threatening with the trolls, etc. They didn't resolve anything, Lamao. They resolved a Nania's presence this game. That's true. They just like eight turns of attacking with 2 shitty 1-drops, 3 shitty 1-drops, and they die. It's funny. I didn't even like draw any extra cards. True, they resolved the enchantments, but they were countered. Yes, I drew 1 extra card, that's true. I didn't play it though. They tilt forgot Yorion. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think they had an opportunity to grab the Yorion, and they have 7 mana right now. Maybe they had 3 mana open, I'm not sure. They had 4 left over, okay, so just mental damage. This hand I think is not good enough. I will have to mulligan it. This is solid. So what do I put back? I want all my cards. I keep Obsession, I keep Spectral Sailor, I keep 2 lands. I keep what? I pulled back Lofty Denial or I Pteramander actually. I guess with this I can just put back the Pteramander. Because I can flash it end of turn and then immediately enchant it with protection. Yes, Temple of Misery. No, don't play Grazer. Bro, don't play Grazer, I say. No Grazer next turn. We can make it a free power creature with this, so Grazer is beatable. Seems like my opponent is going to impulse pretty hard. Don't you play Enchantmento de Merda in this deck? I don't know what that means. Does the new O2 wall have reach? I'm not sure. I think it doesn't. Curiosity. I have 6 Curiosities in my deck. Oh no. Well, it's fine as I said. Why not 8 curiosities? Honestly, I think probably you should. My curious obsession in unattached. Good draw. Good draw. 1 mana. So you can tap the Cruiser now. Opponent's gonna have lots of mana, so they can pay for some of my counters, but like maybe they can have Otawara too. Bro, if you have Otawara, that's fucking unfair. No, no Otawara. What, you were afraid that I will counter your ability, bro? See us losing this matchup to Bloodstone, why? That Impulse art is so good, why? Explain in detail to me why is it so good. Do I ever play Commander? I played Commander once. And I cast the card Cruel Entertainment targeting 2 opponents, and they said, okay, I will play as the other targeted player wants. And the second player said, okay, I will play as the other targeted player wants to. What's your favorite commander? I played with the 4-color Cascade Man Precon. It was Commander 2016. Yggdrasil. I don't know. It deals damage and cascades with all of your spells cascade for the turn. Idris, who knows? Like that, something like that. Jim Idris. So your favorite commander, the absent are gonna play it in the sideboard. I don't have a commander deck, but I enjoy Teneb. I can't counter. Poor. Alright, bro, play the... I guess I have lots of mana now. 9 mana. Hidden Strings. Okay. Lotus has to be the most boring deck to play in PO. Bros, do you think I should have not countered the Impulse? It's possible. If I had an extra counter, like if I counter the Pour here, I would have won. So I would have just countered it twice. A
He's
7
a
mana
phenomenal
floating.
control player.
Using Cypher to encode onto Grazer is better in the graveyard because you can take it back with Balaget Recovery. What's a little means that spells can be countered, huh? Bros. I guess starting the Mirthless is starting the Worthless in Pioneer as well. It's it's pretty bad, yeah. It's fine, but doesn't offer anything special and not worth 4 mana. Give them Lier and pray for face of the top. Does that do enough? Yes. The new Rakdos in the stream decker? Not yet. Alright, so we don't want Merfolk Troxter, we don't want Tempest Lajin, we don't want Brazen Borrower. Could use some hate maybe against their deck. Don't need this. It's not even spirits, it's mono blue. Maybe you want Lajin for clock. But probably no, the sorcery speedness is so bad, it's too bad. I'm pretty sure I dispute is fine, it does counter many things. But let's keep Lajins to have a damager. There's one Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck, you could play more. Slip out of the bag is kinda poor. This deck misses maybe like Spell Pierce type effect. We need to punch through Grazers, Slip back does that. Soul Guide Lantern. Well, it also would work against the Jin. The Lear. Soul Guide was okay. Does unsub disrupt their Omniscience pile on the stack or no? Well, unsub just disrupts the ultimatum. You counter the ultimatum, but it's have ghasts. They do that too. I don't think there's a benefit to playing Consider here over Opt actually in this deck. Sub the Omni and then discard with Behold. They get to stack their cards. Oh, there is a Pteramander, so there is actually a reason. I take what I said back. But if not for the Pteramander, then you would rather play Opt, because with Opt you can protect from yourself from a Graveyard Trespasser trigger occasionally. That's pretty minor anyways. Pussy. Oh shit, there is a Blast Zone in there. I mean, Slip Out protects from Blast Zone. So it's not even that bad. I was never here. Sure. Neither was I. Oh, fuck off, bro. You and your stupid Groisers. Go away. If I play a Sailor here, I will incentivize my opponent to use the Blossom, which seems to me like a good strat, and I deal more damage. Grazer on the bottom, they don't want to redraw Grazer. Oh, we've got a floater. Could have drawn end of turn, I guess, but there's low value in that. Wow, probably not even zoning. Sphinx is the final word. Please don't. Mono blue from Dominaria standard. Remember this deck? Yes, we came back to Dominaria, so that's why we're playing it. Actually, no, but just phase it out. That's hexproof. Hello. Hi. Gabriel Nassif went to a GP final with that to lose to Monred, if I remember correctly. I don't remember that. Although, maybe. I think I lofted and nailed this. Sure. GG, bro, you lost. No need to ponder it for such a long time. It's over. Not lost, actually. Oh, snap. Hmm. Maybe not playing anything is better. Because they show dispute. Bro, like, stop. Why do they always have 2 hidden strings in hand? Why do they never not have 2 hidden strings in hand? I shouldn't have played those, because then I can draw. What does that even do? Guess it's +1 mana.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Can target ultimatum with Storm Tamer. Well, does ultimatum target me? It says an opponent. Does not target anything. Your senses. Bro, what the heck are you doing? Puka. Chodź tu, kurwa mała. Paniaczku. Co se nogi liżesz teraz? Chodź, chodź. Chodź, chodź. Chodź, Puka. Bunia, 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 bułeczka. Chodź, idź, 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 idź. Pyk. Yeah, I know that my opponent just produces the most mana to play the ultimatum and then win with ultimatum. But still, kind of funny that is how they do it. Desperado. What card does this grab? Lear? Search your library for a card.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Goblins are red, counters are blue. I just subscribed and so should you do.
Thank you, Plotter Radio. Very nice rhyme, Ming song. I don't get what the guy is saying about assembling Caldra. It's literally one card, so there's nothing to assemble. You just search for it with Stoneforge Mystic and put it onto the battlefield. Is that really what's passes as assembling now? So weird. Lear. Oh, spells can be countered. Why did I cast Dispute? Oh my, so stupid. Obviously it can be countered. Wait, what, I won? Actually, know that it can be countered. I think I won No Tempest Legends, and this can stop Lear too, which seems crucial to the deck. It can also interact with the Groizer. To jest bunia. Why wyrywać się? think we should play it. Scram the bottom. Mm. It's too weak with this. I have 6 of the card draw enchantments. Ay, ay, ay. Need to draw an ether gas for the crazy. Or something. Pioneer needs dismember. Sure. A new Firex, yeah. Mask off. Mask on. Mask off. Mask off. I remember that for one tournament I played Spectral Sailor as my tech for the well, it's stuff because I can get Otawara, but I played as a tech for it could kill the Grazer at least if they destroy Saldra. As a tech for the Wilderness Reclamation Mirrors, and then I'll say like easy to resolve way that to protect, to draw cards with Reclamation. Why they Ottawa instead of this seems so bad. What the hell, bro? What are you doing? Doesn't make any sense. Makes some sense because there is still Blossom and Ottawa and Grazer in play, but bro, time to strings Palaget. Let's go. Let's go, Dylan Gregory. Untap your lens a bit more. They could use some untapping. Sure. Hot distortion coming. Hopefully not. Puts Grazer on top of the library. What a game. Fuck, they're too smart. But they might want to use the blossom now, but dead wrong I was. Flashing lights. I don't know, bros. Shoes in cars. It would be cool if my counters sometimes just countered stuff instead of always letting my opponent pay. Sleazy. Easy. I mean, if this game progresses like this, I can just win this way. Fuck. Sad, but cannot expect modern counterspells in Pioneer. Sure, but even the standard version had Wizard's Retort, right? Which didn't let your opponent pay. Well, the Unified Will would not excel here. La da da dee da 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 da. La da da dee da 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 dee da la da dee dee da da dee da. La da dee dee dum dee dum. Pour over the pages. No, Lear. Lear with no cards in the graveyard though. Seems like I'm losing to a missed land drop, unfortunately. Kinda. Maybe I should have just... I just should have not cast the Consider. It was greedy to cast the Consider. I think it was. I just assumed I will hit a land drop, but of course, no guarantee. I mean, the Leer is gonna be on the battlefield. I can sleep the Leer, but I can never win because I can't remove it. And spells can be countered. Text is kind of tough. Did they never print a counterspell and announce it that let the caster counter their own counter by spending 2? I don't know what you're talking about, but there is a spell that makes fun of the fact that counters and counters is the same thing. Like +1/+1 counters. Spell counter. No, that's different. Playing unhinged. ... What? Rejected. Flash counter. Counter target instant spell. And you imagine your opponent plays a card with flash and you can't even counter with flash counter. The card is called Ambiguity. And the artwork is like a person screaming, but also a dragon. Whenever a player plays a spell that counters a spell that has been played, or a player plays a spell that comes into play with counters, that player may counter the next spell played or put an additional counter on a permanent that has already been played but not countered. Pretty funny, right? I can't win this game. Too bad, with Lead on the battlefield, just too bad. What if we don't think answers are funny? Yeah. Counter target counter that has not been countered. Funny. Good job, Maro. This is funny because who, what, when, where, why. Arboreal Grazer is so boring. Arboreal Grazer is pretty tough for your deck, yeah. Not sure. Well, I think Arboreal Grazer would be easier to beat had we been playing just like the Spirit's tribal deck, and then you can actually make 3-power creatures. I think the old unsets are more funny than the currently spoiled unset bros, but that might be just not liking new things, but I don't know, the old ones seemed... Of course, like, you use up some of the ideas, so you have to come up with new, so you have to overcomplicate things, but I like the old ones. Affinity for clowns, say meta commentary for the same set it's in. True. It took Merfolk Trickster, weirdly. You think I will not draw a creature? You're right. Didn't we play against Spaz on the prelim? I don't know. Maybe. We played around 3, so it's the mirror. Checkmate, bro. I'll play my Mausoleum Wanderer, counter the Stomp, they'll play Liliana, plus, but only then my creature will phase in. The most funny thing about this set is Legacy players molding. I think that's funny, but I also am a fan of the vintage format, so I'm kind of less of a fan of the fact that a format I actually like is going to be done. Oh. Well. I think Jace is actually pretty funny.
He's a phenomenal control
Going for
player.
violence, bros. If one activates this, I'm a little bit in a pickle. Space Dog is cool too, but it's also kind of playable. Which I don't like. Maybe it's not. I mean, I don't know if it's playable, but it is maybe playable. Which I would prefer if it wasn't. Alright, I need to draw a creature, but I don't think I can afford not to attack. Awesome. Oh, we've got a floater. Maybe too greedy, but I could have let them attack. To let them make a token and then also eat a token? That seems low value. Is there a chance they have a fatal push? Oh, attack for lethal. Yeah, that's fair. No, you're right. I should have done that then. Because now I'm thinking if I want to play the Brazil Borrower. I kinda don't need to. Simple. My cards don't look so good. Maybe I put Cerulean Drake into my deck over the Soul Guy. That seems not so good. This is the Tempo Rabbit Hole. I think so. Well, at least just pushes that kill it, so I guess it's okay. Sin Lantern okay against Croxa. Well, am I hugely concerned about Croxa? I don't think so. What about Haughty Gene instead of Tempest? Is there a real difference between them? Well, Tempest Gene is not really a good card, but it at least has 3 to 5 points of power. While Haughty Gene is going to have what? 1 to 2 points of power maybe in this deck? Like 2 to 3, I'd say. So I would prefer 3 to 5 than 1 to 2. With the protection, not really interested. Ether Gas, not really interested. Unsubstantiate, somewhat interest, I don't know. Oh, I'll just bring in one Cerulean Drake for the Soul Guy Lantern and let that be it. I will not mulligan against the Footsy's deck. It does have Goblin Electromancer text, true. I don't think that matters. But I also have a very limited imagination. Because I also, for example, don't believe that Sholdred is the most insane creature ever. But think about the Wandering Emperor. That card is already falling off hard in Modern, falling off but in Pioneer too. It hasn't aged well. Already, and it was pretty obvious. The card is just not that good baseline, so. Four mana spells equals unplayable. Not unplayable in Pioneer, but not so good. Nice. Don't have a push. Next turn my opponent plays Sholdred. I bet. Trut-tut-tut. Trut-tut-tut. Are leagues nothing but red-black now? No, they're not. I slip out. I can't cast another protection spell then, but I don't need to. Seems like a good spot to use slip out. Counters the Bone Crusher Giant fully. If they play Liliana, I can just attack Liliana. Lose Borrower? Or lose Guidelight Snare, maybe? Lose Guidelight Snare. Well, this is the third match I play in the league, and I play against Black Red, but They're not nothing but black-red. Yeah, let's discard the snare. Discarding shoulder, bro. So bad. So bad. Attack Liliana. We just need to dodge fail push of the top now. And even if we get pushed, it's fine. Honestly, I don't know, those 3 matches, it kind of feels like this archetype is not necessarily all that bad. 8 curiosities, like if you would play the full 8, that's just lots of redundancy, but I'm not sure if this the best maybe version with the best choices of creatures and counters, but the second curiosity is combat practice, which is just a curiosity, unless you enchant legendary creatures, which is not really an option. There is no legendary creatures. And Brazen Borrower seems solid in this deck. 2 hasn't been a thing earlier, I think. Slip in the back is a great protection spell. Probably would play Spell Pierces. This is the list that we're playing right now. It's a Dono deck. Did you like Blue-White and Pioneer the other day? Blue-White Control? Blue-White did not feel particularly good into red-black. It actually felt pretty terrible into red-black. And I'm not a big fan of control decks like this overall, so I don't often want to play it. But yeah, like the mono blue spirits deck, but more curiosities and less spirits. It's kind of a base idea. To consider. Not sure I would consider doing much in this deck because doesn't actually achieve much, right? I guess you're looking for a creature and for a way to enchant and then for counter, so it does achieve something. Lofty Denial seems pretty great. Guy's Light Snare seems pretty great. As the counter magics, both ask your opponent to pay, but maybe it's fine. Want to play 4 Mausoleum Wanderer, 4 Spectral Silor as the 1-drops. Any other 1-mana spirits, just the snow one, that's pretty bad. So I guess those 8 would be okay. But pumps Guy's Light Snare. Can we afford Impulse? Well, there's no reason to play Impulse. I guess the good thing about Shoulder is that she is good against Curious Obsession. I don't think she's particularly good against this deck though, so because it's a 4-mana sorcery speed card, so it does not resolve. But Brazen Borrower, I think I'll just also probably play 3 or 4 maybe even. Like in general, Tempest Gen, not much reason to play it, I think, when you can play Brazen Borrower. That seems like a great creature for this deck. carries obsession well, and a bounce spell is useful. Yeah. How about Haughty instead of Tempest Gen? If you count the amount of spells in this deck, you will realize that it actually doesn't do anything. Tolerant Terror consider. Well, that's a bit of it. That's a different route. I'm going to take a bathroom break and then we're going to finish the league. Did the streamer get lost? Yes. I got lost. Also, bros, it is so cold. It is insane. It is so cold in Poland right now. They started heating a few days ago, but it says at 16 degrees outside. But it freezes in my room. It's 30 degrees here in Lisbon. I envy you. Keep, I guess. Yes, I would want to trade. $15 here in Michigan. Well, but in Michigan you have 15 but of the fake unit, right? $15 Fahrenheit. Wow, 15 is -9 Celsius. That's freezing. What is this? They have leyline binding, bros? Maybe they do. An engineer and use the right units. Awesome. Oh no. It's too smart. If you go through the trouble of converting American units, you're letting them win through. My one creature got attacked. What to do now? This is a 60 card incarnation? Maybe. As well, or some other 60 card blinding deck. Maybe, I don't know, Niv. Niv would play binding, right? Does Niv play binding? I think Niv plays what Niv plays. We tend to view the metric system the same as football. A communist conspiracy come to take our guns. True. So weird how people who like guns, the Americans who like guns, how obsessed they are with guns. Alright, let's go. They probably have some instants in hand, but... My name is... Chicky Slim Shady. Excel what? Now I can place a land and Niv miss it and I cry. As I can't win. Bułka kurwa. Stop. Islands call me. True. Command research kinda awkward with this. What? My name is... Oh, my name is Chicky Slim Shady. Bułka. They do play Niv Mizzet. I need to draw. Puts Dreadbore into their hand. Reveals 10 cards, puts a Dreadbore into hand. Revealed Niv Mizzet, Omnath. Caryatid and Lens. Okay. Let's draw Brazil. No, I lost. Why not force Spike the Dragon to tap their planes? I think that's a little bit low impact. Alright, I have 6, but whatever. Dispute actually good, they have expensive blue spells. Fading Hope seems poor. Unsub actually okay. It's got a Tempest Gen, it does not much value, any cheap spells. Actually, rather than unsub, I would just rather want other guests. I'll cut the Considers too, and I'll have an extra Ether Guest, and... Okay, let's have one Jin. Cerulean Drake, it's Dreadbore, that's red, but that's about it. Last game my opponent has played both Vanishing Verse and Leyline Binding, making it not so insane. Drake is the hardest rapper in the game, true. Also, bros, have you ever thought about the game Crash Bandicoot 4? All about... It's about time. That's the subtitle. And it's just such a clever subtitle for the game, because it took, what, like 20 years or 18 years to release after the Crash 3 game. So like it's about time it finally releases, but it is also like has the theme of time travel in it, so it's also about time, right? And like 2 meanings, that's so clever, bros. Okay, I'll keep this, although I'm not so sure about that. Am I still sick? Maybe a tiny bit, minimally. Ratchet and Clank is the superior PS platformer. I don't think Ratchet and Clank and Crash Bandicoot have much in common, really. Ratchet and Clank is less... I'm not sure if I would even call it a platformer game, but rather a... I don't know, it's more about the combat than it is about platforming. TBH, it feels like. Although I enjoyed Ratchet and Clank, the newest one, quite a bit. It was pretty fun to play. An action RPG, yeah. Basically a movie game TBH. It was very pretty, if that's what you mean. I agree. They can't play Verdict, they play Giganta. Wait. They don't play Giganta. But their behavior does not seem like the behavior of a Verdict wielding person. Well, DK is the one they can actually use to kill my Spectral Sailor, but seems like they were not up for the challenge. I'm gonna sack some the cute line. It's the Verdict. The amount of time they're tapping, it kind of makes is consistent with Verdict. Might be just Omnath. The intention of living up drowned catacombs. New Wizard Reborn. Was it really that hard? Put New Wizard on top. Force my opponent cruelly to tap 5 colors of mana again. Okay. And just ignore the voice. Chad, ignore the voices in your head. Oh no, I make token. Oh, sure. Ice cream, ice cream. Buka. Ice cream, ice cream. Ichigo, Aniga. Oh no, I make token. Oh. Cause if they play it game 2 on the play, I will struggle, but maybe I want witness protection against them. And then mystical disputes. So I have to witness protection. And let me feed Buka. No to jak bardzo dobrze, to można nakarmić. Aha. Ja nakarmiłem właśnie też. This seems keepable. Of 1 mana leak. Witness protection for voice of resurgence. Which they won't even play as... Ooh, good draw. As, well, this... as Grixis lands don't cast... Voice of Resurgence too well. But instead of going for Curious Obsession, we are going to play out the Storm Tamer. Fine. I guess I missed a damage by not playing the Spectral Sailor immediately. Two disputes. Solid. Or I could save this because it's a bit better, maybe. Use ability. And then be able to draw for 4 mana. I'll just Witness Protection it. Nice, like, nice voice. I wonder if they had it in their opening hand. Legitimate business person. Creature citizen. 1/1. Funny. Did Mausoleum have 1 power though? They had 1 open. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, you mean... yes, you're right. You're right. Can be countered. Sure, bro. Can't be countered for real. Haha, haha, not countered, right? Haha. Bro, stack recipe, it seems almost okay. Tolsimir. Oh no, Tolsimir, friend of the wolves. Why almost? Because I'm a little bitch and I didn't want to commit by saying that it seems good. I do draw lots of Curious Obsession, which probably helps, but I guess the other Curiosity is not far off. And it's not like real normal Curiosity was in the format, right? It wasn't. Now I wish I had the Sailor, but I guess I can have saved the Sailor. We established that. What they're doing. Omnat. Let's go 3-1. Better than red-green. Red-black, excuse me. It's a Polish song. It's they said something about religious faith, I think, but in a relatively vague terms. So these are kids singing, yeah. What does Guri mean? Mountains. But mountains of sorrow and regret rather than actual ones. Well, it's not that the word means, but the word means normal mountains, but in this scenario it is those. Are you a fan or do you appreciate any Polish artist? I do appreciate any Polish artist, yes. Not sure what you mean. If like I appreciate any specifically, don't have the fucking Skyclave apparition, bro. I need my guy. Dead. I decided to look through every Pioneer legal card in prep for Sofia without realizing there are 14,100. That's lots of cards, yeah. Can probably skip some. Can you phase out tokens, Chad? Let's find out. Maybe there is some 5-hit undiscovered Pioneer deck like Amulet Titan, maybe. Copium. There are just 10,000 cards in 2021. Solid amount. Tough. Gaslight Snare. We gaslit our opponent now with the snare, but in fact, I guess a gaslight snare would be if we said, yeah, I control a spirit, bro. I control a spirit, bro, and like, well, I actually didn't. And they'll be like, well, but you didn't, and you say, no, I did, and they're like, okay. And then that's gaslight snare. But That was different. We are struggling, bros. Nice song. I've never been to Africa, no. Have you been to Africa, chat? Conversation. This waiting is on for you. Perfect. Just what I needed. I've been to the south of Portugal, so yes. True. Alright, bro. I concede the game. I'm in an unwinnable spot. Against spirits, we want mystical dispute and witness protection, probably. Witness protection seems like a solid card. Slip out of the box seems relatively poor as there is no counter magic, no creature removal that much. I think I'll keep 2 for trickery, but unsub I don't like. And then we're gonna cut something else that considers, which are not so good overall. And we're trying to, I guess, draw Curious Obsession my opening hand because it seems hard to win otherwise, and here it is. Easy win. Well, not quite, I guess they can be awkward now. So no reason to keep up guys like Snare too much. Might just play the Storm Tamer. If they have a removal spell, they will resolve it anyways from my Snare. I wonder if this deck can drop spirits and go for Shredder, Conster, Cruise instead. Oh, it's not the best at fueling the graveyard. Don't really have a spirit sub theme here. Good draws. Just your cards don't go to the graveyard, and spending mana and consider is a little bit antithetical to what this deck does, I feel like. So I can do this. And if they spell Queller, that's fine. I gaslight the spell Queller. Then they either Wanderer or not, and if they Wanderer, I untap and I Brazil the spell Queller and attack them. Seems okay. Curious. Oh,
He's a phenomenal control player.
because it grows, obviously, lol. Yeah, you can probably play Ledger Shatter in this deck. No reason why you wouldn't, that's true. Kinda got me. Shatter sounds like a decent creature to play, maybe. Sir Calbino, thank you very much for your tier 1 sub. It definitely seems much better than the Tempest Gene, which is a little bit dated. You have to all we all have to admit that Tempest Gene is a little bit dated. No, Slip is pretty great. Slip protects really well. Curious Obsession is a spell that targets a creature you control, so it does trigger Heroic and similar. Canister, when you end the league, can you please tell me your thoughts on the deck? Yes, well, I'm expressing them all the time throughout the playing, but I think you have a few random cards in your deck that I don't quite understand the role of. I have the Obsession, but I'm on the draw. But I think it could be made relatively powerful with Ledger Shatter. Sounds like a good inclusion. I'll try to build it how I would want to build it. The curiosities are not too bad. Although it's hard to win matchups like this. I guess Ledger Shatter would shine here. There's no functional blue land in Pioneer right now. What do you mean? This deck is playing the Jin that checks for islands, this basic islands, just why it's playing all the basic islands. You could be playing Otawara or the Snow Manland. Both decent options. Hall of Storm Giants kinda ambitious, probably pretty bad. I'll try to like build a deck how I would build it after I'm done with the league. March of Swirling Mist as a sideboard option. Well, maybe. Maybe. It's mostly as like a racing card, I think, but... What deck will you play in Sofia? Mono Blue, Curious Obsession. Maybe. Or not. Not committing too hard yet. I will not beat 2 lords. Can triple block this. Which ends up being really nice for me. If nothing wrong happens, which seems nothing happened. I think the attack of the Lord was a bit unnecessary for my opponent. Ooh. Well, it's not that good because it will fall off, most likely, but... Because they have the Lord, but maybe we'll draw something. What happened for you to make that controversial tweet? I played a prelim with that card. It's just not good bouncing. Every time I drew shoulder, it was not playable. Sounds like a pretty good reason to speak lowly of the card. Good draw. Alright, although my obsession falls off, but... Although in the Discord, a good point has been made. You just want to play... Damn, I'm such a master. You just want to play... Like, a cohesive deck list is not 4 Liliana, 3 Sheoldred. A cohesive deck list is 4 Liliana, 4 if like Sheoldreds, but then also... Trespassers, because Sheoldred deals damage, so you need just to deal damage to your opponent for that to be valuable. Well, I ripped some good cards, and we actually 4-1 with the donation deck, which is above my expectations, but if I were to rebuild this deck myself... Mono Blue Tempo. Well, the Jin was not the worst a few times, but Shredder seems just excellent for a deck, so I would want to be playing Ledger Shredder. So I liked Lofty Denial. Kind of liked Fading Hope. That's probably a sideboard card, and I wouldn't hate playing an extra borrower. Also a creature. Geistlight Snare doesn't actually have overlap with all of your creatures. So I'm not really sure if I want to play that. I would try playing full 8 combat researches, especially like Shredder a creature to put it on. I wouldn't play the Considers. I wouldn't main deck the Lantern. I would play Foremost Zulian Wanderer, not the Pteramander. Oh, there's like an extra counter spell to play. So I think Geistlight Snare is a little bit too much. I think Stormtamer is the weakest creature, although it does help protecting. You probably don't want to be playing Shore Up over Stormtamer. Probably don't, no interest in Shore Up. But their creatures are kinda good. Can play Otavara. I doubt you ever scrying with Castle Vantress. I mean, Faceless Haven maybe is playable, like the Spirits do. Choose a background. If you don't play Jin, you could play a lot of blue utility lands, right? Such as? Give me names. The blue manland is not very good in a low curve deck, so you don't have actually anything to play. Yeah, I think Hall is too expensive. If you play Ledger Share, and I guess Consider is a bit better, but you already have plenty of cheap spells. I don't think you're going to struggle to double spell. Like all of your thing costs 1. I know Spell Pierce is main deckable in this format, maybe. I think Geistlight Snare is all a bit sketchy. Unsubstantiate a bounce spell, but it's kinda redundant with Brazen Borrower. So like one of Vantress. Yeah, with Faceless Haven I don't. Escape pathway to bluff under color. No, you want Snowlands with that manland. No legendary creature for combat research. I don't think there is a cheap legendary creature. We checked. We checked before the set released. I think the snow 1-drop is very not interesting. It's it doesn't fly. I think that just kills it for me. But the only blue 1-mana card is Errant, Street Artist, who has Defender. What are some nice counter spells that you could play? Counter, slip out of the back. Seagate Restoration based. Counter target spell that targets a permanent you control and you draw a card. Wow. Veil of Summer basically. It may make this appear as... Make this appear is probably worse than Gaslight Snare. You mean Essence Capture? But that's like... I don't want to counter creature spells only, I think. That's 3 mana already, so you can only look for some fake... Fake counters. Counter Veiling Winds, for example. Some of the counter spells have cost reducing mechanics. Oh hey, look how's the spare cell, because pirates, but you only have 4 pirates at most if you play those. Is Dispute main deck good? No. It's really poor in the format, there's not too many blue cards. Advisor, Rogue, Wizard, Spirit. Sailor is a pirate too. Sure, but Gaslight Snare has the upside of costing 1, so that's probably a bigger upside. I remember when this card's artwork was leaked or spoiled and an urban legend spread that it's supposedly a reprint of Force of Will. That's going to assuredly be a reprint of Force of Will. But it's not. Yeah, retard is not acceptable. Those who question Ojutai may not like the answers they receive.
He's a phenomenal control
Ojutai, are you
player.
going to help me with my problem?
49 is the square of 7. It appears in
No.
the Padovan sequence, preceded by the terms 21, 28, 37. It is the sum of the first 2 of these. 1 along with the number that immediately derives from it, 77, the only number under 100 not having its home prime known, as of 2016. Reciprocal. See also, repeating decimal. The fraction 149 is a repeating decimal with a period of 42 to 149 equals 0.
I guess I stand gets cheaper with this and with
020481632
this.
653 061 22444897 959 1836734 693 877551 42 digits. Repeat. There are 42. No.
No. And as for the sideboard, I'm not sure if like 8 is too many or not, but it seems like it's good. You just want to draw the effect to be able to win. It's one of the best things. Siren Stormtamer, just more 1-drops to wield those. Makes the deck more consistent. It also protects your other cards. I think Witness Protection seemed pretty good. Fading Hope seems pretty good. Unsubstantiate kinda no point to play it, I feel like.
The number pi is a mathematical constant that is the ratio of a circle's circumference
Lantern,
to
not
its
sure against
diameter,
whom.
approximately equal to 3.14159. The number pi appears in many formulas across mathematics and physics. It is an irrational number, meaning that it cannot be expressed exactly as a ratio of two integers, although fractions such as 22/7 are commonly used to approximate
I'm not sure
it.
who against I really want Soulguide Lantern. What if I just play like for Dispute or Witness Protection, because those seem actually good. Cerulean Drake seems kinda good too. Gas seems good. No, Fading Hope is pretty broad, it's pretty cool. It's kind of interesting that there's no hard counters you can play. Against Lotus Field, I guess I would want counter target sorcery, right? Yeah. What's the name of that card? Invasive Surge. Chad, did you know that John Star didn't even know who's Mariah Carey before he heard All I Want for Christmas Is You on this stream? So that was the day something awakened in John. What's the name of the card? Combat Training again? Combat Research. Feels weird to like play a deck like this, not even have Treasure Cruise in it, but bros, delving is a theme, a mechanic, you can't just delve. I'm gonna play another league with this changed list because I like the deck. Although no, they don't a league anymore. But thank you for the deck and I hope you enjoyed the league as I did. Whoa, that's a lot of lands. Sure, bro. I am not a zoomer accordingly to Wikipedia. Very wise words from John. I'm not sure what age you have to be considered a zoomer. Just born after 2000? Still enough, or 2005 or something? I don't know. That Twitch zooms. Thanks. I think you just had to grow up with a smartphone in your hands, true. Second Haven might end up being annoying given the blue mana costs. Sure. It might also become useful given the 4 power and being able to attack. So it is kinda could go both ways, right? That which zooms sounds like an Eldrazi that is very fast. Yes, petition to rename Eldrazi Obligator to that which zooms. Your last opponent is on the Pioneer Trophy leaderboard, not anymore. Their name was Fink 64. 5 trophies. Same lądy dobrałem. Valakut Stanford is probably the creativity deck. Wait, 97 is a zoomer? What's the next generation's name? Gen Z. Random names. Bro, what the fuck? I thought I'm the one who spell pierces. What the actual hell? Alright, YOLO. The Gen Z is Gen Alpha. Again? Powerful. What if Ledger Shatter was legendary? I think I want to keep the bounce spell. With the creativity, I'm just going to hit their worm back to their hands. Could only have one in play, and then it might be called D Ledger Shatter, exactly. Okay. Well, my soft counter's kinda not too good, but they'll eventually die. Ledger Shatter conniving really hard right now. But should be pretty great in matchups like Spirits. Would you play it on a Commander deck list? No. You can't even play Commander deck list on Modo. It's just not possible. Volak with Awakening, sure. Impressive card. Is Reality Shift a playable sideboard card in this deck? No. What do you want to achieve with it? You want to use it as removal? And I don't think it's particularly playable. Well, I do play it on summon, right? There is a power crypt on summon in my sideboard. But Brazen Borrower is pretty fine and could be playing 4 of them. I just showed a 1 free flyer, by the way. Hey, look, a hard counter. Well, can destroy some of my opponent's treasures. Well, I don't like that. Okay. That was kind of embarrassing in a way. Dig through time. Sure. This creativity deck, it seems pretty terrible, to be frank. Looking at the moves they make. Yeah, lots of Valakut, like, lots of Awakening Valakut and Fire Impulsing, but not much actual events. Fable. If it is bad, why did you play it on the PT? I didn't. Creativity deck in a PT? I guess I played the Historic deck that John Star provided me with, and it was one of the worst decks in the bottom half of the decks I played. Now that Twitch will not longer allow you to become a multi-billionaire, but only a billionaire thinking of going to YouTube, no. I'm also not sure what you're referring to. Maybe I'm oblivious to something. I know they ban slots, but is there anything else in that? Don't have Spell Pierce Bro. Oh. They changed the splits for top streamers from 70% of subs to 50%. Okay, I never got 70. And they give haste to Kiki now. That's pretty bad. Also, they're thinking of making ads mandatory during streams. Well, I run ads anyways. There's like some relatively new ads manager thing. I just clicked yes, play ads periodically on my stream. But I think you could not do that and like not have that enabled. I should have waited. I shouldn't have bounced it. Should have let them draw probably because they can now creativity. This, get the worm attack me. So that's a bit bad. Which sucks so bad. I enjoy that they let me play my games here though. I feel like I would cut a few Stormseekers for some more counters, as bad as they are. Yeah, I didn't draw any counters this game and we're only alive because my opponent's deck is shit and doesn't do anything. Ever. But if it did something, then could struggle a bit. So they have lots of ways to discard the Worm. If they draw the Xenagos, they just have to play it, which they can with the treasures. Okay. But you can't really discard Xenagos. Or you have to be content with just the Worm. They discard 2 cards if they find creativity now with that to the Worm. Creativity was legit broken, Pioneer. Sure. Not the first time we see Major Copium spewed in the chat. I think arguably now seems very odd to target this because you just won't draw, right? Like sacrifice. Pay one. Or maybe it's just that streamers have the yes add-on that Cancer is mentioning. It's relatively new, like 2 months ago maybe that it appeared. Solid play from my opponent. They're playing red removal, so I could Cerulean Drake them. Can Ethergaster Fable. Can Fading Hope them. They probably will have the 7 mana creature now. This seems okay. I don't like dispute against them. Most of the spells are red. Drake. Drake is interesting because you can just play it and it's not gonna be targeted by removal at all. So maybe I'll cut the Stormseekers, play the Drake. They might not have answers to it. And then gas. Maybe I want gas over Geistlight Snare. Especially since, I guess, once they have treasures, you can't make them do stuff. Probably should. Is this a keep? Not really. Maybe this. I have 8 effects to put on this. I'll draw one. But yeah, I never got the increased revenue option myself. I don't know what you have to do to get it, what you had to do to get it, but it was never within my reach. Or I didn't ask. So one of those. They stopped giving it. Makes sense. And but from what I've heard all about it, it was just like XQC size streamers and not some normies. Like a small little canister underscore MTG over there in the magic section. They might have Shark Typhoon. We have the answer to it. Okay, we won. Or maybe. What's the difference between a drake and a dragon? Dragons have 6 appendages, 4 legs and 2 wings. Drakes have 4 appendages. Big in our heads though, sure, but I'm just like, I'm not saying as anything derogatory, but just a matter of fact rather. I counter this? Probably. Yeah, I counter this. I draw 3 new cards. Could just bounce the token, that would also be fine, but... Excuse me, 4 new cards. I attack you with my Ancestral Recall for creature. Wow, that's pretty shit. I swear Saint requests a song every day. Well, every day for the past 2 days maybe. Or 3 days. After that he's gonna get bored and move on to a new song. Different VTubers though, who was performing in the last time. I think it was the same. Maybe not. This one Asgura. Was it Amelia and Kobo? Seems like. I read an article about anime voice actors becoming VTubers because dubbing gets paid basically nothing. Okay. Cool. I'm glad you read an article. We should all read an article every now and then to keep our brains fresh and functioning. Canis underscore MTG saw your tweet. Why do you think Shoulder is underwhelming? Because it's just a bad card. Think about Siege Rhino. It's the same card. We've made fun of Siege Rhino for ages. Why would we suddenly play Siege Rhino after making fun of it for years? In one color that doesn't need to attack. Well, it's large part of the value of the card is being a 4/5 monster. If you don't attack with it, then that is a downside. So arguably it does need to attack to an extent, of course. But I find it underwhelming because it was underwhelming for me. Combat Research is quite a bit weaker than Curious Obsession. It's actually pretty big difference than lacking the +1/+1 in stats. It's bigger than I thought. Opponent's name translates to no harm through pas de jambon. This ephemeраted Siege Rhino without 3 colors. Sure, twist your minds backward harder. To make it sound like the card is okay. Because that's what you're doing. You're trying really, really hard to make it sound like it's like a cool thing to do. Ledger share is insane here. Gonna be great to put combat researchers on. Actually, no, it's insane. Fuck. Bros, it's OP. Why they just X on my thing? Infinity. Human gamer guess, the most dangerous gamer. Wow. Does it have cruise? Question mark. Are you asking me if I have cruise in my deck? I don't. I'm not sure if I should or not. I was thinking of it. Photo of my pet deck. Deck is fun but not easy to manipulate. Cool. Only to dig for time. I really question the playability of Sinister Sabotage because I don't know if it's hard to manipulate or just a bad card. Can be wrong with 2 crews. Well, you can be wrong with 2 crews. This deck doesn't do a great job at putting cards in the graveyard, so I just build it the way I build it. Simple. Interesting. But Spirit's a bit of an awkward matchup because they just block my creatures. Yeah, it is hard to manipulate bad cards, of course. That's what I meant. I need to slip out of the back on this. Are 4 sharks really needed? Not convinced. Like, shark didn't feel like a card I particularly want to play with. Seems like my opponent's flooding a bit, which helps. Can you explain the slip out of the back? Why they cast it? So that I can put an aura on this and keep the faces 7 to block the apparition. I guess I see your point. No. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Ja pierdolę. Maybe Essence Capture is a good card. Maybe there is enough decks with creatures in the format to play it. Something like that. The counter is nice. Tag with the Faceless Haven so that I don't lose my Curious Obsession. It will be hard to punch through the selfless spirits, and I need my opponent to not draw spells, and they're paying costs, so they're paying drawing spells. But basically, in this matchup, it seems like a really poor plan to enchant a small monster. Alright, bro, you won. Congrats. Like, Spell Pierce seems poor. Slip out of the back is kinda poor. And Storm Tamer is also kinda poor. So Dispute is not poor, Fading Hope is not poor, and Witness Protection is not poor. Let's have 2 Slips and 1 Siren. Protect the Shredder. Shredder is nice as a high toughness creature, so enchanting with Obsession is really nice. Hothy Gene for the Spirits matchup. Maybe there's a protection from blue creature. I think Shredder is the best creature we have. Beep. No wypierdalaj, kurwa, no. Ryju, mordo, potrzebowałem tego stwora. Wow, I can't draw a portable hole. Śmieć. Rip. Nice deck, thanks. Yeah. I need Shredder. I should have probably bounced. Maybe not. The moment is lost in me. Agony. Aurora Borealis. Let's go. Face up. I'm not pretending to have anything you don't. Bro, fuck off, bro. I don't know how I won versus Spirits, but in that previous league, but it seems rough. I guess the Lajin can be okay. Just having an entire deck of flying blockers. Always yes to canister. Chat, always yes to canister. And remember that you can subscribe for whatever amount of dollars it is to support me. Yes to canister. What? No play? What a coward. Oh, I'm getting freaking tapped. Oh. Now I need to take them to Brazil. Somehow. I have 6 cards in hand somehow. Who's tempoing who? I wish I could draw a Treasure Cruise now, definitely. But we'll see who tempos who. Up yours, Fun Spirits. Although we took 10 turns to fuel the cruise, so we're pretty bad actually. Unless we play Consider too. Maybe it is better to play Consider than something. I said I play Company. I cast Collective Company. Okay. No big deal, bro. The blessed sleep doesn't come easily to a mind chained by regrets. Yeah. Very true, bro. You won. Okay, so we struggle against spirits. What did you win against? Game 1? Creativity. Cringeovity, more so. Alright. Playing as Giganta, the Wellspring. Well. Let's keep this hand and die if my Mausoleum Wanderer gets killed. GG, says Pas de Jambon. Well, thank you for the match. Three companies in hands. It's about expected. Let's go. What's Blue Red Giganta? Timur Giganta. What is Timur Giganta? Okay, it's the combo deck. Grinning Ingus. I don't think they really play removal game 1, so very bad to miss. Didn't you beat Spirits at the end of last league? Have I claimed that I never beat? Have I claimed that I didn't beat Spirits? At the end of last league, I did play against Spirits and I did win. Yes, so I did beat them. Nonetheless, it does appear to be a tough matchup for the deck, as just by exercising a little bit of thinking, their plan matches up really good against mine. Opponent's name is a reference to Pokemon. Yes. Shitimon, wow. Did you make the Dono deck worse actually? No, I don't think so. We did locate a second land, which was greatly useful. I don't know why the Thunderkin Awakener doesn't attack, but maybe it has reasons. I actually don't have any counter spells in my hand somehow, so I just really have nothing. Awkwardly. Tough. But I think a Spell Pierce is a sketchy card to play in the format of Pioneer. Dobrze. Teraz przyjdę. Nie wyrzucaj się. Zakryj. Przykryj proszę. But it seems like every other deck in Pioneer is 20 lands, 35 creatures. So like what you're trying to spell pierce, I guess, right? Ends up being not much. Ends up being not much. Okay, we got a 1-mana Mana Leak. Slip Borgi. Probably gonna lose still because of stuff. Collectively Company. Spell pierce it. Phase out Borgi. Hope my opponent doesn't play a spell now, but they probably will. And not necessarily. Not a guarantee. Tapland, good for me, good for me. So we're going to slip Borgi again, I guess. I need to Spectral Sailor Charm Block. Then maybe we can attack for lethal next turn. By Charm Block. It's a bit tough. Okay, now it's less tough. Three mana up, so we Lofty Daniel that. This game is over. Not quite. So yeah, Sand Nutritious, did I actually make this deck worse? Huh? 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 What are you now? You want to taunt me anymore? Could use an extra, like, could use maybe some powerful creature against. They missed one life point, which actually would make a difference. Still no creativity though. I think the blue-red creativity deck, from playing against it, it seems absolutely heinous. Fading Hope seems really good. Ethergas seems really good. You don't need slip much. I don't need Spell Pierce much. The Spell Pierce is okay against certain stuff. Probably bring some removal, but let's sideboard like that. Maybe I want Cerulean Drake here, but not sure. It just did what opponent did to us on Spirit last league. Kinda. Any tempo gamers in the chat? Making tempo moves upon our opponents. Strong card. Got a land. Alright, I guess. Well, is there a point in bouncing the reef? Not really. Maybe I want to bounce the Flerahedron. I think I do. Yes. Nice. I have no place. They like. I mean, if they had ending volley, they would just respond to the sailor. 3 mana card. We'll play tapped. Tangled Veil. Veil. Don't think there's a need to turn this Risen Reef into a legitimate business person. Yeah, it's kind of rough. Maybe there was a need to do so, indeed. Okay, I should have turned it into a legitimate business person. Oh shit, bros. I'm getting ripped apart. Guess we will turn the Awakener into a legitimate business person. I think the mono blue deck would need counter spells to be a bit better, or maybe just play Essence Scatters, but then the strategy isn't that sound because you'll play against Essence Scatterless players a bunch of times. Players who don't present targets for Essence Scatters. They can play the Grinning Angus plenty of times now. I'll board out Spell Pierce for the next game. I'm not sure they even play the Monument. It's unclear. Is it draw deck? Return, gain 3 mana for Ignis. Play Ignis, gain 1 mana to activate Graying Ignis, yeah. Well, it does draw deck. Is this rack deck good? It's not a very popular deck, but it's pretty decent. Well, he's behind on time, sure. But I have no time to play it out though. No time to lose. Sounds like something that the fairy would say. After one suppressive staff. Let's see if it gets followed up by turn 2 Risen Reef. An almost impossible line. Stat Endurance. Wow, they very nicely let me attack. To make sure my curiosity doesn't fall off. I think I'll bounce the elf. That way they can't play company. They don't have the elf in place, they just like Reef, that's fine. Then I untap Combat Research. Pow pow. Would it fall off if you face it out? Honestly, who really knows? think I don't want to play the third one to risk hitting a land. Risk not hitting the land, rather. Seems just kind of unnecessary. I guess it doesn't trigger, yeah, you're right. Lanor Elves is the Ragavan of Pioneer. What's the biggest, most... the most significant quality of Ragavan? What is it, bros? That's mana. I think it's worse than DRC. Is Lanor Elves better or worse than Lanor Elves? Wait, they just say if Lanor Elves is better or worse than Lanor Elves? Is Dragon Rage's Channeler better or worse than Lanor Elves? Apples to oranges. Is apples better than oranges? We don't need to interact with Bergi, it doesn't do anything. We just need to interact with the cards that draw. Like, they only have one card, so we can interact with them on cards, not on mana. In what format? Don't overthink it. I like apple. Yeah, you can like bite into it and eat it. It's pretty base. Orange does not function super well as just a fruit to eat by itself. Apple juice is the most overrated drink. Okay. By whom's? I think it's a fine drink, but... Is it just me or has Shredder not looked that good so far? I have seldom triggered it. It looked worse than I... What the fuck? Can't be countered. The tech card. Alright. Fucking paint fire. Bro. But Shredder, yeah, not... Having these two extra curiosities, this game sure looks good. Yeah. It looked good here. The Shredder didn't manage to line up yet. Still trust in Shredder though. But it plays worse than I imagined.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Because we have cheap
Kami
spells,
Ayaya
but
Pet.
we play one, then we keep up mana, so we just don't double spell. What is the song? Chat. Let's replay the scream. I don't know what is it. Nice song. I'll keep. House of Mana, thank you for the resub. I also have a question for you. What do you think about Amulet Titan in Modern now? John Star, I don't understand what they're trying to tell me, so I will not discuss it with you. Painfire won me the RPTQ for the last Pro Tour, 25 years. Painfire 10 up, well, yeah, they found full of counter spells. What was it, limited? I think it's fine, I haven't played it since DMU. Sure. Kurwa no, jebane land dropy się misuje i tylko jest wszystko do pizdy. Swan Song is good again though. I don't think that's possible. Swan Song. I guess maybe I should put it in my deck the next time. I think I'll have to play Shadowrunny now. Swan Song is the worst Carcass album by far. I don't know Carcass, so it's probably pretty good. It's probably good enough. Oh, I'm too good to stomp your guy. Oh. Maybe greedy. I'll go to 5 against 3 cards in hand. Oh, we'll see. But Shatter is going to be a blocker while Sailor is going to be pounding. That's my plan. I also have Obosh, but I think we can... Obosh is fine. We can outplay Obosh. So I can't play Eidolon because I play Obosh. I didn't realize that quite. Didn't quite catch that. Could have also played a Mausoleum Wanderer and Chum blocked with it to have 9 life instead of 5, but 5 might be okay. Remember when phasing was a 10, a storm scale? No, I actually don't remember that. We have the Obosh, which we will sure. This doesn't do anything. Doesn't. I mean, only if they find Ramina ruins number. I guess they find a band spell too, but mostly second Ramina ruins. They scribe the top though, which means I'm probably fucked. Protection from red drakes are going to be pretty nice. I guess my opponent's mono red deck. One, two, three, four, 5. I summon Obosh, the Prey Piercer, sure. Oh no, I fall to 2 life and they have the Ramina Proims. I'm dead, chat. I'm dead on board. Alright, whatever. That was not so good, but... We want Gast and Cerulean Drake. And we might want Witness Protection and Fading Hope. It's got the snares. Not sure what spell pierces. I don't think I want Lofty Daniel really. Awkwardly. Well, maybe not awkwardly, but I guess I just don't want it. Well, the Witness Protection doesn't do anything. Just have 2 Lofty Daniels. Bros, imagine all the people. It's actually pretty hard imagining all the people at the same time. It sounds a bit rough. My hand is not so good, but we can keep it. Imagine all the people. Do you believe in like afterlife? I play Siren, Storm Tamer, and pass a turn. So I guess let's probably bounce end of turn, Soulscar. Guess an Obosh curve. But it's going to have Probably 2 1-mana plays easily. You might have the spectacle cards too, or just stomp. Rough. Guess they will stomp. Can, if you were going to be playing a modern tournament in, say, 2 weeks, is there a list involving Primeval Titan Valakut you would recommend? I would recommend to play Amulet, I think. It would have to include those 2 cards. And you can read the guide on my Discord. It's the same list. I'm not recommending it. All the principles are still staying strong, so like if you can alter it to your liking for a few cards, but still what I would be leaning towards. Do you believe in Swift Spear Monastery? Prowess creatures are pretty okay against counter spells. Maybe I should have denied a Soulscar. But maybe their hand is expensive and they don't have 1-drops to kill my creatures. Ha ha ha. Oh shit. Boomer Escape Shift. Well, Escape Shift deck is also pretty fine. It's been doing... it's been performing lately. Do not play Escape Shift Amulet. That meme, I don't understand it. I'm not sure where it came from. And what was the reasoning for that? Well, I mean, guess I know where it came from, but I wouldn't play it. It's just pretty bad. It's no upside. Just don't play it. Can't recommend that. Is 10 out the Bugbear going to be a problem for my counter spells? Well, Ethergast actually targets a red or a black spell. Red or a green spell. No, red or a green permanent or spell. So you can target and activate then. Half the time you resolve the card, you're probably winning anyway. Yeah. That was my experience too when I played with it. It just didn't seem to impact the result of the game in my favor or at all in general. Tony Rami's escape is insanely good. I don't know what Tony Ram is a player. Unfortunately, Cerulean Drake can be stomped still, or rather, face can be stomped. And the escape shot is a solid deck for sure. I respect the deck. Rending Volley can be countered. Places, everyone, Judith. This is like top 5 flavor text in Magic the Gathering, bros. Places, everyone. Bring to light a meme version of Scape Shift. I prefer non-bring to light because it's a meme if you bring to light. One of the reasons to play Scape Shift is to prey on 4-color, which is going to struggle against a deck which just has a spell that kills when resolved. Therefore, I would prefer to play the version that actually hoses that deck well, instead of rolling over against it a fairy. Wish is a real card. Wish is not a meme. You can play Wish. I wish. Okay, we won a game on the play, but now on the draw. I guess Cerulean Drake will have to help me. Maybe I do want Witness Protection on the draw over the Lofty Daniels. It's kinda bad though. Maybe over the Sum of the Sirens. Not sure. Maybe Spellpierce is okay. Really hard to say. I keep. My hand is bad, so let's keep it. Kumano faces Karakazan. $22. Oh. Kumano faces Kakazan. Enter the battlefield arena. Monster is Swift Spear with a counter. 2 power attack. And a Soul Skarmaga. Whoa, yeah. I can take... like this can be destroyed, I think it's fine. Just need the Ledger Shatter to stabilize then. Maybe it's okay. They try to kill it now and I'd protect. Let's protect. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go to 10. Then you go Shredder. Bounce spell. Shredder Witness Protection. I need counters to grow. Top. Connives and blocks. Jump blocks. No, bro. I lost. You could say order Lul, but actually it was not bad order. If you think about it. As had I connived, this actually wouldn't have killed this. They wanted to kill my creature. So it was actually correct order because, you know, they just played around the connive. Time to cyborg sleep. Or 4 of Cerulean Drake. Seems like it might be necessary. Will we free to? I don't know. First, I'm going to take a bathroom break. After which, we are going to attempt to free to. And tomorrow, I promise, tomorrow we play Midrange. Thoughts on Rakdos Midrange kind? Do you think it's worth buying this deck? Probably. It's a good deck. But I wouldn't buy Shouldrets. Or at least not more than 1. If it's super expensive. As the card kinda sucks. Exclamation mark record. It is displayed on screen the entire time right under the chat box. And as you see, I'm 2-2. I lost to Monored and we lost to Pas de Jambon on Spirits, both of which seem quite tough. So, not a fan of those matchups. Not really a fan of those matchups. What a hand, bros. It contains lands and spells, but not in a combination that's really attractive, I think. A mulligan. This seems much better. Oh, snap. Got so many. Greasefang. Greasefang will have no removal. Game 1. Unless they have Liliana. Although they mill a Parhelion, so that's a little bit problematic. Could also go Witherbloom Command and give -3, -1 and destroy Obsession, and that kills my creature too, so they actually do have removal. They also milled a Greasefang, so my opponent is going to probably get Greasefang me next turn. Should have been on the play, simply, huh? Sure. Cool deck, cool game. Nice game, bros. Fading Hope seems excellent. That's it. I guess I can't. I got all my graveyard hates. So now we suffer for it. Oh. Cool, cool, cool. Every way, anyway. Opponent's deck is just cheese. Reminds me of Winota. It's like Winota, but fancy. It's also like kind of a 2-card combo instead of 1-card combo, which... Oh, there's much more finesse in the Greasefang deck, which makes it feel okay. Even if the end result is somewhat similar. Yeah, that was pretty, you know. The finesse wasn't that they were hellishly lucky, and With Winota, they just need to have Winota, so you couldn't have claimed that they were lucky to some enormous extent, because you wouldn't believe yourself. So that's the difference. Ugh. We have Bazaar in our hand. Although, what if they have fetal pushes post-board? Let's hope they don't have fetal pushes post-board. Swamp. Well, that's fairly ominous. Okay, they have push, but good for me that they did it the way they did it. Boomer is being forced to produce a Zoomer song. How old are the performers from Geralt's generation? I guess they even have generation their name. One, two, three, four, five, six. There's 8 members. And the only one with a Polish Wikipedia page was born in 89. Which puts her in her 30s. Maybe we could mix this list a little bit with spirits. Maybe it should just be a spirits deck, yeah. Maybe you want 2 combat research in spirits. Catcher for Supreme Phantom, Siren for Lantern Bearer. Lantern Bearer, that's just 1/1 flyer. It's true that Siren doesn't do too much, so maybe, yeah. Portishead Roads. I actually enjoy Portishead a lot. But also don't know how to pronounce it, if it's Portishead or Portishead. Which is problematic for me. Portishead, good. Satyr, Wayfinder, huh. Wow. Live 15 minutes away from Portishead. Do you want a postcard? Czemu nie? Two-turn clock, hold up counterspell. I miscounted. 7 plus 7 is 14, not 15. Shouldn't have countered that. There's no reason to counter that TBH, but whatever. Is Celestia Colonnade playable? Yes. Hello Kaneki, what are your favorite Pioneer decks at the moment? Mono blue tempo. I think Rakdos is a solid deck, but I think Sholdred is an overhyped, pretty bad card. Most likely. Very often you see a new card and you know the new card feather hits everyone. And people start beginning to think that it's base, and then they put it in some meme decks in older formats, and sometimes somebody will have a good result, post it on the internet, and then they will be like, wow, bro, shoulder is the truth. I would not recommend Phoenix, and I personally don't like control decks like blue-white control, so I would recommend black-red. Taking into account my own preferences of how to play it. Phoenix seems not to perform, so that's why. I'm not exactly sure if it doesn't perform for a good reason or for no reason, but it seems like it's not actually that good of a deck, and treasure cruising is fairly exploitable in this format, so I don't think treasure cruise is end all be all of I think I want to guys like snare it because I might abrupt decay. Whoops, I failed too. Because this costs 2 mana. Well, too bad, I guess. We have the second bar, it's fine. Blue-white control is the GOAT. If you enjoy this type of gameplay, then maybe. Me personally, I have found it to be the reverse GOAT. The free cards you draw in Phoenix off of Cruise are all bad cards. Well, maybe not bad cards, but they are all cantrips that you just play further to draw. So you end up, I guess, like, if you had to cast 5 orbs to fuel your treasure cruise, was it really a 1 mana draw free, or was it more of a 5 mana draw free? Right? Yeah. I made a meme card based on the saga Teachings of the Kirin called Teachings of the Karen. 1. Insist on speaking to the manager. 2. Record the encounter on your iPhone. 3. Post to social media and congratulate yourself. But the website took it down because it might be offensive. Sure. Definitely very offensive. I'll keep this hand, miss my second land drop again, and die. Business like usual. But pretty funny card, good Thulu. Pretty comedic. Teachings of the Karen, good one, good one. Like the stereotype. Who's Karen? I don't know if that's a serious question or not, but Karen is a meme trope of a person who does exactly the things described in the custom card. Of a lady that wants to speak to the manager and makes a Rukos at a place. Is Rukos the word I'm looking for? Maybe I can write flavor text for an unset, true. Maybe you can. I do enjoy that you were told it might be offensive and your response was to share it further. Well, what if you disagree with that statement? Like, what if you find it funny that it flagged it as offensive, but you think it's not, right? You mentioned in Discord you had strong feelings about GLS in Modern. Would you mind sharing those? I think I might have lied. Just to like prove the point that the questions have to be concise and to the point and need to actually ask a question. Rather than anything else. I miss Expressive Iteration in Phoenix. Yeah, Expressive Iteration in Phoenix actually a pretty good card. GLS, yes or no? I think GLS is greatly improved now. Why do they have Raiden in their deck? What the hell? Rice. Get it like the basis of the meal, the white grains. To counter your snowlands? Fuck, true. No, but why is it in the cyber to begin? I'm not sure if if GLS is a better choice than Merktide, but the positioning of Grixis improves a little bit because it's better at it doesn't suffer from it doesn't put everything in one basket the same way that Merktide did with Merktide often. And there is less Merktide, so yeah, I am more inclined to play Grixis nowadays. For sure. Tapped Islands. Pow. Does paper having more folklore than modern influence the choice of UUR versus GLS? Maybe. It's just less Merktide because I don't want to be playing Grixis into Merktide, yeah. And I can play into 4-color, I don't care with Grixis, but I can also not play into 4-color. It's not a matchup that makes it or breaks it for me. I don't think it's super favorable in either direction. Thought the all-in Merktide plan became less popular after Shredder printing. Well, it's less of a deck building plan and more of a within game plan, which it just often happened that you relied on Merktide and Counterspell protecting your Merktide to get across the finish line, as they say, of the game. And it's harder to do so when your opponent has real options of interacting with your Murktide in a way that is very favorable for them, because maybe not very favorable for them, but favorable for them. You spend 2 mana on Murktide Regent, they just spend 1 mana on Leyline Binding. It is a little bit hard to protect that with Counterspell. Previously, the only real ways that even the white decks had to kill Murktide Regent were pretty expensive. The Fairy for 3 mana is more expensive than Murktide Regent, so it put the Murktide player at an advantage. It was somewhat easy to line up a Spell Pierce or a
He's
counter
a
spell to
phenomenal
protect from the
control
Teferi.
player.
And in a similar way, Solitude was also a card where you were put in a lose-lose situation. You either pitch, you go down on spells, not even cards, on spells specifically, and you just have to 1 for 2 yourself versus Murktide, or you'd have to try to use a 5 mana card to answer it, which is also very inconvenient and, puts you at a huge disadvantage when it gets counterspelled. Enough of a disadvantage that you can just lose because Murktide Regent takes 2 turns to kill you, not more. Should have just played Path to Exile all this time. Honestly, maybe, yeah. I think Path to Exile may be a bit underplayed. To be frank, it might be a bit underplayed. Thank you, Young Dingo, for the raid. The advantage of Murktide is not Murktide, but Blood Moon. Sure, you can say that. Regardless of like that, the positioning of the Murktide deck is worse when you can when you have a harder time relying on your basic plan. Bro, do you think they'll print Enchantments Land one day? Would make Geistlight Snare pretty nice. Well, Urza Saga exists, right? That's fair enough. I can see Blue-Red list going to 4 Shredders plus DRC plus utility creature of choice and trimming a Murktide down to 2 or something. Yeah, well, I don't really know if you want to do this. You can just accept those as a bad matchup, and it is going to cause maybe slightly lower amounts of Murktides in the meta game, let's say. I wouldn't try to rebuild Murktide to do that. Like, Grixis with this card already does a much better job at handling spot removal in that way. So I think that's pretty solid. And you should probably stick to that. While you could also... So, like, essentially, I think you're, like... You just want to, like, turn into Grixis at that point. But a reason to play Grixis more would be... I don't know why they, like, don't attack their Vigilance creature at all. A reason to play your Murktide... A reason to not to play your Grixis deck is because Murktide, the card, is quite poor against... Quite tough to deal with. You all ever just turn into Grixis, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. Not just Grixis. No, Grixis, just Grixis. Pathing a Ragavan though feels awful. True. Unless you do it not on turn 1, and then it feels okay. The thing is, like, is Solitude actually any good, bros? I should have put an extra obsession on this. Like, you can't Solitude a Ragavan either. It's game losing to pitch Solitude versus Ragavan. So is it more game losing to turn 1 pitch or turn 1 path? I think it might be turn 1 path that's better than Solitude. Oh yeah, shocking that Temple Garden, bro. Turn 1 path is worse in your opinion? I think you're wrong. Then I think Solitude pitching is more game losing. Just play house. No. Isn't T1 path almost the same as just taking a hit from Ragavan? It's pretty bad, yes. Well, getting hit once or twice is not game over though. We know that, right? But I bet like turn 1 Solitude on the draw against Ragavan, that's got to be like 30% win rate, bros, at best. Why did you bounce there? Losing to push, right? I bounce to because I don't kill my opponent, so I need to survive the next turn. I didn't have lethal, so I need to survive, so I wanted to bounce the creatures so they have less stuff on the battlefield that attacks me next turn. And kill them next turn. I don't know if push is on the range. Free range push. Boya, boya, no. Boya, no. Bebe? Nice song. Does getting hit by Ragavan turn 2 or getting hit by Parhelion 2 on turn 3 feel worse? Parhelion. But yeah, like obviously Ragavan, there's no removal that hits Ragavan and Merktide region. That's like the entire premise of Merktide. Of like the threats to it and why the deck is kinda good. Consider adding it to your playlist, sure. Thank you for reminding me. I guess less so with Leyline Binding now, because Leyline Binding hits both, but still, like, Leyline Binding doesn't hit Ragavan on the draw on turn 1. That's, of course, what I mean. You need to hit Ragavan. Of course, Doomblade hits both, but you need to hit Ragavan on the draw on turn 1 with your removals. And you can't path a turn 1 Ragavan. What is the opponent doing? Well, thinking. This game seems pretty close, so they're thinking about their move. Well, Path doesn't hit both, because Path does not answer Ragavan on turn 1 sufficiently. It answers it, but it excels it, but it probably lowers your expected win rate from, like, the baseline expected win rate in the matchup. So you want to avoid plays like that. Boya, 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 no. La 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 la. Boya, 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 bo. What we need is Baleful Strix. Baleful Strix does not change anything, and it's already in the format. It even has flash. Like, the 4-color Yorion deck, it has less than sufficient amount of answers to Ragavan on the draw, unless you count Solitude, which is not it. And more than sufficient amount of answers to Ragavan when on the play, because you had +4 Ren, +4 Icefang Coatos. Yes, Coatl is one of the, like, Coatl is the single actually good versus blue-red card in 4-color, but it does not solve Ragavan on the draw, which you need to have a plan for always, which you want. Tough life, tough luck. Way we are regardless. How can it feel? So yeah, Ragavan Schmagavan. Can have Witherbloom command to deal damage to me. Could have removal. They could have plenty of stuff. You could have land and Raidena. But yeah, the 4-color Jorion. Kulek, Kulek! Kulek! Cichutko, proszę. Nie trzeba czekać, zaraz Kasia wejdzie, będzie ok. What else? My train of thought. Yeah, Kotal's the only good card in against blue-red in 4-color. That's the only one that's actually... No, I guess Kotal and Veiled are those that actually line up well against blue-red. Flash and being a almost guaranteed 2-for-1. No, Solitude does not match up well. In what way does Solitude match up well? The pitch spell is bad. The 5-mana spell is too expensive. Oh shit. Valkmira. But Solitude in no way matches up well against blue-red. It's not good against Ragavan. It matches up medium minus against Murktide Regent. It makes you play the game that blue-red wants to play. You play much more expensive spells and you lose 3 mana on the exchange versus counterspell. Well, binding is new, yeah. Like, I guess I'm talking pre-binding. Binding is also a good card against blue-red. And that's kind of like the big change of Dominaria United. What's my point? Alright, we not only went 4-1, 3-2. So I guess I did indeed make the deck weaker. Spirits and Monrad seemed tough, other matchups seemed okay. At least I won't become one of those things. This is top 10 flavor text of Magic the Gathering, bros. You did in fact make the deck weaker, but I'm not the kind of person to gloat while being correct, thankfully. That's it for today. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow I will return with more Rakdos Midrange, I promise. I will be playing the optimal list with only one Shieldred, just to experience Shieldred more while not cringing too much from drawing her and from it being shit all the time. I did see the blue-black list from the prelim. I have zero interest in playing Sinister Sabotage. I think blue-black control with no sabotage, but instead of with, I guess, negates and less scatters would be like solid, but I just not gonna be playing sabotage. There's so little reason to play, and like people don't play 5 mana cards. I guess they play 4 mana cards. Well, I have no interest in playing a cancel. I think cancels are just not good in Pioneer. When we built Inverter 2 years ago, right? Or was it 3 years? 2.5 years ago. Or even more than that. Shit, bros. Time flies. When we built Inverter on the stream 2.5 years ago, one of my first versions of Inverter had 2 or 3 copies of Sinister Sabotage. And I was trying to like shuffle around the interactions to make it work, and someone in the chat said, "Bro, why are you playing a cancel? It sucks." And I thought, wow, that's true. It freaking sucks. Did I invent Inverter? Not quite, but I played against Erk Smittige, a viewer of mine, playing with the Inverter combo and some shit shell, and I found that combo to look kind of powerful, and then I built it and kind of popularized it, but there were a few people playing those decks before. I think it is reasonable, as if that card just wasn't good enough in the format 3 years ago, then why would it be now?
He's a
Let's say the
phenomenal
Pioneer
control
gamer,
player.
the biggest fan of Bonecrusher Giant. Alright, Saint Nutritious, I know you're trolling. Or I hope you are. But cancels do not mature like fine wine. They kind of stink in general, even in standard, right? And they don't get better. See you, bros.